Hello and welcome to the 53rd annual athletics meet for prep schools here at Hurst College today. It's great to be back. We've had a year out away, so this is the delayed 53rd annual athletics meeting. And we're just going to start here with the hurdles. I'm Nick Chabot. I'm going to be your commentator today, hopefully with some guest commentators, so I don't just talk to myself and you get bored of my voice. But we've got loads of athletes out today from lots of different schools. I'll give you a rundown of the schools competing. Hopefully I've got a list of them. Ardingly, Ashdown House, Beeds, Brambletide, Brighton Hove, Brighton College Prep, Burgess Hill Girls, Claremont, Copthorne, Cottesmore, Cumnor, Farlington, Great Ballard, Great Woolstead, Handcross Park, Highfield Prep, Hurst Prep, Hazelwood, Lancing Prep, Oakwood, Prebendal, Penthorpe, Seaford Prep, Skippers Hill, St Andrews, Vinehall, Westbourne House and Windlesham. So loads of competitors out here today, and we'll try and get as much coverage of as many of them as possible. Predominantly focused around the track events, just because of the way that, well, it's a centrepiece of the field out here at Hurst College. But we will try and get to some long jump and some throws as well. So the first race on track is going to be the 70-metre hurdles for the under 11 boys. So again, we've got competitors from St Andrews, Oakwood, Seaford, Ardingly, Skippers Hill and Brighton College in this one. So at the whistle there is our starter. Gets the boys ready to start off the competition today. For most of these kids, it's probably the first time they've had a proper starter with the gun. And the first race is, off we go. Great start, very technical this. Great stop by the Oakwood runner there. Competitive with the Seaford runner in the middle too. And the Brighton College runner on the outside. And it looks like the Seaford runner is there taking first place in the first race of the day. So well done to Mikey from Seaford. Great result there. And I love great run as well from Vincent from Brighton College. So really well done. A great start to the first race of the day. Just if we're having a look, the timetable of events. In terms of the field, 11:15, we've got the high jump for the, I've got to remember which group they all are. High jump for the under 10 boys, the long jump for the under 11 girls, the rounders ball for the under 10 girls, the under 10 boys discus, the under 11 girls shot, and the under 11 boys javelin. What's fantastic this year is organiser Rob Kift has managed to get some more throws in. So usually at this age, we're just looking at rounders ball and cricket ball, but we're looking at some javelin and some discus and shot put today here as well. So ready for the second race now. It's another heat for the under 11 A's, under 11 boys. So as they come up to the line here, a good angle we've got here is really close to the line. Many of them choosing to do a standing start. And again, very disciplined at the start, these guys off first time. So looks in the lead at the moment. We've got Zach from Hazelwood. He's really powering away, a really strong runner. You can see a good lead leg there. Interchanging in between, we'd usually not see, but great run there. Great second place for Archie there from Windlesham. Just to explain how these work, we'll tend to have two or three heats for each of the races, especially on the sprint races. There tend to be more people competing. And within that, what we'll ask for them to do is then they'll race in their own race, and the top 6 or top 8 will therefore go through to a heated final at the end of the day. So we're now on to the under 11 girls. hurdles. Again, at this level, the hurdles, usually you'd see the hurdles get moved around, the heights change, but we tend not to do that at the moment. At this level, it's just, again, like a very technical race, which actually it's great to see so many competing in it. There's a little bit of a false start there, but again, it's not the Olympics. We're not looking to try and have people disqualified, etc. But yeah. So Steve May, they're acting as marksmen, just ensuring they're all ready to go. And hopefully they get off this second time. Much better start the second time around. And it's, well, we don't have spectators here, but there's enough noise coming from a large group of people there. A good race by the Windlesham athlete. There's a Great Woolstead athlete here. Great run there by Florence from Great Woolstead to take that one. So hopefully she'll be looking to get into the final later. You see the army of place judges swarm around them to make sure. We do have photo finish technology as well. So any of those really tight races, we can go to that and find out, get the final result, which is great. So looking ahead to this next race, then we've got a runner from Skippers Hill, runner from Hurst, someone from Brighton Girls. I'm sorry, I slowed down there because the letters in front of me, it's BG, and I'm like, is that Burgess Hill or Brighton Girls? I love that. Blow the whistle. Go! Oakwood, Dorset House and Burgess Hill Girls in this race. So again, as I said, for many of these athletes, it'll be the first time they've really competed under the watchful eye of a official starter. And again, they started really well there. Great start by the Oakwood runner. She looks to be taking ahead. It looks like she's going to run away with this in first place. But then we've got Hurst and Burgess Hill Girls just behind there. Another fantastic run. Great second place for Lila there from Hurst as well.
Watch out for this, guys. Come under.
There are some fantastic names here. So great run by Valentina Rollerson. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but a great run there. And again, what will often happen, this is not necessarily like many athletics meets that you'll compete with in school, all go towards sort of overall school prizes, etc. But actually, we focus more on this on the individual success. And we'll see that obviously the relay teams working together later. But yeah, great opportunity for these young athletes to come out, having not probably, some of them may never have competed in an event of this size ever because they didn't get the opportunity last year. So great opportunity for them so they can prepare for year 7, year 8 when they're looking more focused on the IAPs at K2 and then trying to get on to a national final and stuff like that. So it looks like we've got some of the start the rounders ball there. So I believe there's under 10 girls rounders ball throwing going on. Again, another. So this would be sort of the progression for these students before they get into the javelin and shot put, but more so the javelin. A very similar sort of throwing style for that. So again, they get an opportunity there to get that transferable skill that can take on another time. And again, over to some high jump now. So I believe we've got the under 11 girl. Ooh, no, it's the boys I've got here. I'm reading the wrong thing. Under 10 boys high jump just starting now. So these guys will often have cleared an entry height at their school, just to ensure, as we watch the competitor from Dorset House, good speed in, great clearance there. It looks at the moment they're just sort of warming up. There's a practice height potentially. Yeah, so the starting height here for the under 10 boys is 90 centimetres. I can tell you the record by H. Nolan 2018, 127. So again, let's see what the rounders ball as well, what are they aiming to beat? So if they were looking for the record 30, I don't think I could do it that long. 38 metres 6.67 by S. Mordaunt in 2016. So we've got around 15, 16 competitors there who are looking to try and beat that record today. I will try and keep you up to date with any records that are broken, if I can get that through from our announcer, our team of record, I was going to say record holders, they're not record holders. They're just recorders, aren't they? So our team of recorders looking for that. So again, trying as hard as possible here to run all of this. Well, sorry, it's supposed to be under the sort of COVID guidelines. So you'll see a lot of the athletes hand sanitizing all the time and going and collecting their own throwing implements just to ensure there's no transmission. But yeah, again, just it feels a lot more normal now, having 400 athletes, young athletes back here again, which is great to see. So I've just said great to see, and apparently the last time I did this, I said it about 40 times. So I need to tone that down. So back over to the under 10 boys high jump. We can see the Great Worsted athlete here just gets over. So we chatted before with a couple of coaches from other schools, and actually high jump is one of the hardest ones to coach because there is a bit of a fear aspect included in there because you've got the bar, and we tend to train with a foam like bar to practice with. But yeah, it is that when it comes down to it, you've got to be really, really confident in your ability to sort of clear that bar because it can hurt a little bit if you come down on it. Rounders ball not as dangerous for the competitors, however, we could potentially see them hit some of the people out there, but you never know. So we've got a little break on track now, around about 11:20 will be the next hurdles race, which is going to be the under 10 girls. And it looks like we're going to have 3 heats for that. So again, just to explain how that works, 8 fastest time across all 3 of the heats will qualify for the final, which is later on this afternoon. So we tend to have all the finals at the end. And obviously, should you win, you go home with the gold. That's what they're here for. That's what they're competing for, the gold. So again, there's probably an optimal trajectory for this rounders ball throw. I don't know what it is. Again, I can barely throw the cricket ball when I play that. But again, a real sort of progression to some of those skills that they need to be in other things as well. So looking at javelin, looking at that.
straight ahead, the Hurst official.
Right, and now it looks like we're getting ready for the next couple of races. 75-metre hurdles for the under 10 girls. They're just being walked down now. So we can probably stay with a little bit of the rounders ball to begin with. Good speed of arm there by the Dorset House competitor. Or I think, yeah, we've let her off. She did slightly step over the line there, so that's the foul line. So this is what we want to see is as they're walking out. Again, there'll be a few nerves, but I think at that age you just don't get nervous, do you? You're just excited, I'd say. The opportunity, day off school. That's what I'd be looking forward to. And hopefully lots of mums and dads and brothers, sisters, grandparents, aunts, uncles, etc. all staying at home, sadly, to watch this. But hopefully there's given the opportunity to be able to watch this.
Is your name Florence? No? Who are you? Are you replacing Florence, Isabel? Hang on. No, I've got you. Isabel Griffin. Yeah, you're there, Isabel. So we've got Molly, Emily.
So I've got that wrong there. It's not the hurdles at all. It's the, hello, Miss Franks. It's not the hurdles at all. It's the, it's a 75 metres. So first sprint event of the day.
And Cecily. Brilliant. Where's the finish line? So just where all those white people are
So
standing.
athletes here from Dorset House, Vinehall, Windlesham, Great Woolstead, Hurst and Farlington in this first heat. So again, as I said, 3 heats. And then we will have a final of the fastest 8 times later on this afternoon. So running well here is important. And even if you're miles ahead of the competition, it's important to try and go as quick as possible just because the other heat could be a lot quicker.
Come into, so Isla should be in lane 6. There's this one. And
So Mr. May there doing a great job of getting them all into place.
this lane for me. Darcy. Brilliant.
Good speed there from the Hurst athlete in the rounders ball, which is great to see.
Up to the line. No. He'll call you. Remember that. And ignore the whistle. Okay? Ignore the whistle. What did I say?
Ignore the whistle. So again, as I said, most of these guys would have just started with a whistle before.
Brilliant. Up to the line. Toes behind the line. Right behind. Good. Nice and
Steve
still.
there just operating as marksman.
Nice and still.
So first heat of the under 10 girls, 75 metres. And they're off first time. I can tell you, it's right in front of me this, and great run by the Hurst athlete and the Great Woolstead athlete.
Back from the line. Really important.
Great run here by Emily. And I'll tell you what, I work with Emily's mum, so I'm going to send her a message and say Emily's just won her first race there. She'll be truly excited, I'm sure. But yeah, great run there by Emily and Isabel from Great Woolstead as well. So you'd probably think that the 2 of those will be through to the final later, but it does depend on the next 2 heats. They could be really, really
Why do they have to?
fast in terms of the time.
Make sure everyone knows to start at the same time. Right, couple of steps back, nice and chilled, because the start.
Back over to the high jump here. So bar's gone up there. Looks to be about sort of 110.
Just normal, just relax, focused.
Good speed in, good height. Unlucky. So just clip that there. So it's important with the high jump. Obviously, you're trying to then get that sort of manipulation, I'd say, of the body as you're going over. So getting those hips up, kicking those legs through afterwards to ensure that you're not then clipping the bar. So we look like we're almost ready for the second heat here. So in this second heat, we've got athletes from Ardingly, Brighton College, but Brighton Girls, St Andrews, Hazelwick and Penthorpe.
Up to the line, toes behind the line for me. Right, really still, and where are we looking?
So again, really just a bit of a
Nice and still.
challenge for these athletes who haven't done this before to really focus on getting that timing from the start.
Nice
A
and
really,
still.
really strong run from a couple of the athletes here. So it's come down.
Right, how long was there between the races?
The St Andrews runner, probably between St Andrews and Ardingly. Whoa. Can we get a replay on that one? I might have to see that last little bit as we wait.
How long do you reckon it's going to be?
We've gone for the
It's going to be about 2 or 3 minutes.
our cameramen up here have committed to the St Andrews one. Let's have a look.
3 minutes, what's going to happen?
Oh,
Right, so chill. Couple of
who's your
steps
money
back
on?
the line, couple of
I'm
steps
thinking the St Andrews runner has just nicked it there on the line. But great great run from May from Ardingly and from Darcy. So, oh, I think she's just got it. But we've got our resident camera person, which is Miss Bingham. She's just down there by the on the line with the iPad, which gives us that perfect. It's actually a really good app, you know. And see who's winning.
No. Don't listen to the whistle.
So we're getting ready for the third and final heat. So just watch failed attempt there on the high jump.
Just listen to the mark.
With the high jump, they get 3 jumps at each height. And similarly with all the other field events, they got 3 attempts. And as we get ready for the next heat, so if we looking at Burgess Hill Girls, Copthorns, Skippers Hill, Oakwood, Prebendal and Windlesham House, I want to say, not Westbourne House. And again, they're off first time. Really strong start from a couple of the runners. Really strong. It looks like the competitor from Copthorne. And oh, we're going to have to go for that replay again. I'm 1 from 1 so far. I'm going to go with Vanish Vanshika from Burgess Hill Girls.
So have I got Josh,
William,
Ethan?
it's very tight.
So have I got Emir?
So it's between the competitor from Burgess Hill Girls in the furthest lane away and the Copthorne runner. It's a tight one. I don't want to say who won that. I don't trust myself. But great runs. Again, the good thing is that those girls should both get through to the final heat later today, which will give them the opportunity to go for that gold medal. So we're on to the under 10 boys 75 metres now. And I presume that the first couple of field events will come in towards the end now. By the looks of it, we're up to a height now in the high jump, where a couple of people are getting to get knocked out. But great clearance there
That'll be after he saw.
by the Westbourne House athlete.
Right, Jim, happy?
I believe that's Rocco Matthews is just going to be there as we are about to start the first heat of the 75-metre boys under 10s. So again, a couple of heats
Now,
here.
nice and still. Watch down the track. Look down the track, not at the starter.
So 2 heats here, and they're off the first time, as we see here. Really strong run by the Hazelwood runner in the middle and the Westbourne House runner on the outside of him. Really close. The Hazelwood runner has just taken that there from the Westbourne. Great run by the 8 athletes in that event. There's only 7 of them, but thanks for noticing.
When he blows his whistle.
Oh, no, there were 8. I'm all right. Yeah, so really strong run. You can see 75 metres is a long distance for these guys, but you can see the really strong running styles there by all those athletes. Getting the dip on the line. I think what's important there is there's 2 heats. So second, third, you can see they're just getting that dip in to try and get that. So even if you don't win the race, there's still that opportunity for you to get through to the final. So where possible, we want to try and get those milliseconds off. So again, really looks like we might try and follow this high jump for a little bit before we wait for the next race.
Whoa.
So you can see there's only 3 competitors left in there by the sounds of it, by the looks of it even. Taking a bit of time in the shade. And then we'll go to the start line of the 75 now. Just ready for heat 2. So Windlesham, Prebendal, Brighton College, Great Walstead, Seaford, Ardingly, Claremont and Copthorne represented here. And again, second heat, so top 8 across the 2 heats will go through to the final.
The starter won't fire the gun until you guys are still. So take a couple of steps back. We'll go through the routine again. You'll be called up.
Again, bit of a false start there. Just that idea of it is the first time many of these guys have been under the gun.
Cool.
So
Toes behind the line.
I'm just getting waved at by the
Nice and still.
locals. So hopefully off this time. So again, good strong start in the middle lane there by the Great Walstead athlete. Looks to be ahead, and then good run by the Brighton College athlete. It's going to be between these 2 at the front, I think. Looking like the really strong run from the Brighton College athlete there, just to take that from the Great Woolstead athletes. So really well done to those two. Watch their second half of the race, gets a really strong, powerful arm action we can see here. Driving through just to take first place there. Then immediately turns off and almost cuts the Great Woolstead guy up. But great run there by those two and by all the competitors there. So into our final bit of the high jump. Good clearance there. This is when it's going to be mattering. These last couple of jumpers. This is when it's important. I'm going to try and radio down to them and see who we've got down there.
We're still missing 100-metre runners. Group B, that's girls under 11s. Amber Miller, Brighton College. Felicity Moore, Vinehall. Matilda Slaney, Snippers Hill. Leah Walters, Seaford. And Sanya Haneka from Brighton and Hove Girls. And Darcy Spater from Compton. All those 100-metre runners, please, would you come for your heats? The result of one of the 75-metre girls under 10s. First was Emily Patterson Hurst, 12.38. Second, Isabel Griffin, Great Woolstead.
So I've got my first guest of the day finally, so I don't have to talk to myself. Mr. May, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Mr. Chadwell, and yourself?
I'm boiling hot and I think I'm going to burn, but apart from that, great.
This is fantastic, isn't it? The weather here today, it's a real exhibition of athletics with this kind of weather.
Yeah, it's a shame that we can't obviously have the parents and everyone here, but they've got the opportunity to listen to me for the whole day, isn't it?
They are very lucky. Your last couple of reviews, Mr. Chadwell, have been very positive following our very successful Diamond League final, which was live streamed, and hopefully moving on to our school sports day being streamed.
I didn't know that.
Hopefully.
Oh, right. Anyway, so talk us through what you're doing today down at the start line there.
So my job down at the start line is really more of a reassurance job for the pupils. It's to get them in the right place, in the right position, and listening to the starter. So for us, we were just saying, for some of them, it's the first time that they might have been in a competition where they've used a gun, so they might have been started on a whistle before.
Is that why they're all starting on the whistle?
That's yeah. So getting them used to the protocol of the whistles for the timekeepers, the starter will actually talk to you and direct you, but getting them used to that process is something that's good for them to learn at this young age, and hopefully they'll transfer that on as they compete in more of our events.
Yeah, it's great to see. In terms of a bit of throw stuff now, because usually we're just saying that you just have the rounders and the cricket ball, but there's more this year?
Yeah, we've decided to make a step and put some javelin in, as well as shot and discus as well. So I think it's important that if we're coaching these young athletes to do these events, that we should, and we're hoping they're going to develop and take these events on later on. Typically we have quite a bit of a drop off in the throwing events as they get older. So it's important that we really get the correct techniques into them now and show them it's not actually just about those track events, the more publicised events. Actually, they can do really well and they can get some coverage also whilst competing out in the field.
So does the cricket and rounders ball, is that more leading on towards javelin, would you say, as opposed to the other ones?
Yeah, probably the biggest skill transition would be from the cricket ball throw to into the javelin. Obviously, the discus is more of a rotational throw, whereas the javelin is a linear throw that we would look at. But the crossover between a fast bowler and javelin, there's quite a high crossover now between the two techniques in terms of the execution of power that they need to do.
So you'll have a lot of, we tend to have it on a sports day, don't we, where someone just rocks up having not competed because they're playing first team cricket and then throws a javelin 60 metres.
probably one of the most frustrating things for me as head of boys athletics at Hurst is our sports days and our school records are held by cricketers, typically fast bowlers who have been part of the county setups and tend to beat anyone else by a good 10 metres. So yeah, that's always a frustrating thing, as I've not seen them throw all summer, and they come out on the last weekend of term and end up breaking a school record and winning.
Demoralising for that person that's won every event they've competed at and realise they're not even the best in their school.
Exactly, the person who's trained all summer for that moment, because we do see sports day as sort of the pinnacle of our summer athletics programme that we're building up to. And yeah, certainly I do feel sorry for them.
So what are you most looking forward to today? Don't say the lunch, because it's always amazing there.
The buffet lunch is always a good spread put on for staff on the day. To me, it's watching that level of competition between all of the prep schools and seeing the ones that have the potential to move up and maybe do some club athletics, but also ones who we're going to be seeing again. And I think I don't want to promote the Diamond League too much, but we have seen some of these pupils now who have competed with us here and these events, and then they've come up to compete at the Diamond League, doing the results. We're starting to see those names come flooding through, so it's a real positive step for us.
The same names over and over, but it's good to see. No, it's amazing to have so many athletes out here, and it's such a big event, and just the fact that even during these times we still got such a large number of people competing is great.
Well, if we think about the times that these pupils have been through in the last year, this is certainly much more normality than anything else that they've had, and for them to compete with friends from other schools, compete with their friends in their school even, it gives them a fantastic opportunity to get out in the sunshine in a summer term, away from the books, and really enjoy competing in sport.
That's why we're all here, isn't it? Just to get outside and not mark exams.
That is exactly the reason why we're outside today. No, it's to give these children an opportunity, and the opportunity that they get here is quite brilliant.
Right, I'll let you go because they're all starting to walk down the track
brilliant.
now.
Thank you very much,
chat to you
Javelin.
later. See you later. Have a good day. So hopefully throughout the day we'll have some guests from other schools maybe. I think on the Diamond League what I relied on was Rob Kift sort of grabbing people and saying, do you fancy being on the telly? They're not really on the telly, it's just their voice. On an interesting note, one of the kids in my class told me I had a great face for commentating, which I took offence and gave him attention. So we're heading on now to the under 11 girls now. So again, quite a few competitors entering the 100 metres now. So we're up to 100 metres for the under 11s. So 3 heats here, 8 fastest times, all qualify for the final later on in the day.
Gets killed once when I was
So again, if you're a fan of athletics and you happen to be watching this, you can check out our previous events online on the YouTube channel, where you can see some of the Diamond League stuff as well. And what you'll tend to see here is that because we've got some younger athletes, you might not recognise all the events. So we tend to have, I think we have a 300 metres and a 600 metres instead of the 800 for some of them. And again, especially on a hot day like today, it's just about the quality that we want to see from these athletes. So maybe not getting to run the quarter mile is probably, that's actually not very far, is it? Not very good at the transference. So it looks like we've just got the end of the high jump here. It might be the start of warming up for the next one. A good clearance there. It still looks to be the end of the under 10. And I will somehow try and get some sort of results and stuff. So yeah, again, looks like the end of the under 10s. Can't quite see, maybe St Andrews. Gibbs Hill. So usually I can do it by the colours, but pretty sure that's St Andrews. I may be wrong though. I've been known to be wrong. So again, as Steve May was just saying there, with the starting, as we get ready for the first race of the 100 metres for the girls. Again, first time that a lot of these athletes have raced, and you can see there that the young girl from Dorset House is a bit worried about the gun going off. But again, just hopefully gives them. And they're off first time here as we look. Oh, bit of lane bunting there. I'm not sure quite what happened. A really strong run here in the first heat by, looks to be Amber from Brighton College. We might try and get a replay of that. It's come through, but good, really strong run there by Amber. I think there was a bit of, I think there's a bit of confusion around the, the curve of the track there, because obviously we've got 100 metres. Yeah, so I think they've tried to follow the line rather than the straight line there, but hopefully it's not affected too much, and we might be able to sort of look at that later on in the day. We'll see what they do. I think the result there was a really strong run by Amber, and I think if she was impeded, then still a great run to get to the top there. So very similarly, now into the second heat. There are 3 heats here. Top 8 will go through to the final later today after lunch. That fantastic buffet lunch we were talking about. And I've just asked if we can try and get a few results out to you as where possible. As they come through, especially any records that are being broken, just so we can let you know. And again, just hopefully there's a couple of you being able to watch this, and people all around the world. We've had people as far as Singapore one time. I've got minor fame in Singapore, I believe. So we'll just go to the start of the 100 now, ready for the second heat of the under 11 girls. Okay, and they're off here. Better start this time, less confusion. Really strong run there by Leah from Seaford, and it looks to be as well Valentina from Oakwood. Really strong run. And it's just been taken there by Leah from Seaford, so well done to her. Valentina a close second again. Make sure, even though you're not in first place now, again, by the time we get to the afternoon in the final, it's just, if you're in that final, you've got that opportunity to really push on for that medal. So again there, I think our timekeepers and place judges are just checking those final sort of 3rd, 4th places. So they become really important, again, when you're qualifying for that final. If it's a really quick heat, we've had it before where 5 or 6 have qualified for that. 5 or 6 have qualified from the same heat. So no matter what position you are in your race, do give it a go. First bit of long and triple jump today. Well, it's just long jump today for these guys. If we head back to the 100-metre start just for heat 3, so 5 in the race. So again, off first time. Athletes doing really well to adapt to running with the gun. Great start. It looks from, too early to tell at the moment, but Flora from Farlington doing well. And then Millie on the outside from Great Woolstead. I think Flora's going to hold on to it. Yeah, Flora, followed by Millie from Great Woolstead. Great runs, girls. In 3rd place, I believe it was the athlete from Hazelwick. Anna, really well done. Anna as well. Good chance of getting through to the final this afternoon. I'd say the best thing about doing this job is I can't leave this table. So I've just been bought a cup of tea. I'm going to make all the people who are on cameras and stuff jealous now because no one's bought them a cup of tea. So we'll see some of these girls later on, no doubt in the finals. maybe in the 200 as well. And we're straight on actually to the boys. We can watch a little bit of long jump for a second. We might catch the second half of their race. So 2 heats for the boys under 1100 meters. I think we've got twins from Oakwood. So really good start run there from Rollerson from Oakwood in the green, and then Max from Great Ballard chasing down a really strong finish on the outside from Oliver. So again, you can really see here. I believe it's Oliver on the outside. I might be wrong. But as you can see, towards the end of that race, really pushing through the athlete nearest to the camera here. So we can see that often you can finish strongly. You've got a chance, especially over that long distance. So a bit of long jump here. So I believe this should be the probably coming towards the end of the under 11 girls long jump. So really, really good event and lots of athletes in here often. They were given 3 jumps each. Best of those 3 jumps count towards their final score. And if we're looking at what they're trying to beat, the record is 4 meters 11. E. Pertol, 1989 that record's from. We go back to the second heat of the boys. Penthorpe, Westbourne, Seaford, Great Woolstead, Windlesham, Copthorne represented here. Again, just a little bit of nerves on the start line there again. It's a lot of them the first time they've done this. So, and they're all excited. And it's running 100 meters in 25-degree heat. You probably want to get it done as quickly as possible. So as Steve was saying earlier, his job there, just that, getting the kids comfortable in those positions again. A little bit of nerves. This has gone from the again, Mr. Major's sort of getting them there. I think it is just that excitement. They're sort of here on your mark, set, wait for that gun. A bit of excitement there for Raf from Great Woolstead. And there you go, they're off the 3rd time, which is good. Really strong run. Matthew here from Windlesham in the black vest, white t-shirt. Really strong run here from Matthew there. And in 2nd place from Westbourne, Casimir. So Casimir Kent, really good run there as well.
Richmond and Hurst, 16.62. 3rd, Felicity Moore, Vine Hall, 16.92. Heat 2. First was Leah Waters from Seaford, 15.89. 2nd, Valentina Rollinson Oakwood, 16.12. 3rd, Willow Lock, Westbourne House, 16.55. And 4th, Matilda Slaney, Stifford's Hill.
So yeah, just the end of the under 11 girls long jump here. Great to see a lot of competitors in this. Always a popular event.
First was Flora Robinson, Farmington, 16.14.
So again, that record of 4 meters 11, which I can tell you for an under 11 boy or girl is extremely, extremely long. So we've got a bit of time now. We're going to be moving on in about 10 minutes to the next round of field events. We just watched the Great Woolstead athlete here, good speed into the board. And again, one of the really important things with the long jump is that real speed into the board. If you can maintain that speed and turn it into sort of that vertical from there, then you're going to be a good competitor. I think we're just operating on the one board today, but I think they're warming up the next ones on the other pit. Let's have a look. So the next round of field events, which will be starting at 12 o'clock, is going to be the high jump for the under 11 boys, the long jump for the under 10 girls, the cricket ball for the under 10 boys, the discus for the under 10 girls, the shot put for the under 10 boys, and the javelin for the under 11 girls. So you can see there, really good speed in as well. So we are slightly, it's a shock, but we are slightly ahead in terms of the timing now, which is really good to see. But we are going to hold the races to the scheduled time. For those of you watching at home, I think it's important if you're trying to get the couple of hours off work to be able to do that. Oh, that looks like a really strong jump there from the athlete from Seaford. Again, good speed. I think this is the competitor from, or this might be the start of the warm-up for the under 11 boys high jump. The under 11 boys high jump, I can tell you the record is, I was about to read the long jump one, which said 3 meters 60, which is a lot. So the record is 140. And the starting height for these guys will be 1 meter. They'll be practicing just about around 90 centimeters, just so they're ready to really kick on for that first jump. So again, hoping to get any news of any records that have been broken today and get those passed on to you. So as they're starting to get warmed up here again, I would say 1 meter 40 for a 11-year-old. That's taller than I could jump, I think. So competing in there, we've got Toby from Brighton College, Gus from Dorset House, Max, Jack from Great Wolstead, Louis from Hangros Park, Oliver from Hazelwick, Will from Hurst, Jack from Oakwood, Joseph from Seaford, Henry from Skippers Hill, and Ollie from Westbourne House, and Harvey from Windlesham.
100 metres A, that's the boys, 111, 100 metres. Heat 1, first, Rollo Robinson, Oakwood, 15.50. Second, Tom Hex, Andrews, 15.73. Third, Vincent Wilson Hodges, Brighton College, 15.78. And Heat 2, the boys under 11, 100 metres. First, Matthew Reed, Windlesham House, 15.64. Second, Casimir Kent, Westbourne House, 15.4.
So again, if we're talking about the jumps at the moment, it's very different. So I'm the self-professed master in charge of horizontal jumps at Hurst here. But again, with high jumps, again, quite a different skill. It's having that sort of takeoff leg, and actually the manipulation of your body in the air is really important for both of them. Both long jump and for high jump, you're just trying to ensure you're keeping in the air for as long as possible. So they'll really drive, you'll see the driving the inside leg up as they take off. And then it's all about what's the Fosbury flop. Dick Fosbury invented it, first one ever to do it. And you may see a couple of them if they're slightly taller athletes looking to scissor. This looks like we've got the cricket ball throw about to start for the under 10 boys. So record here, 48 metres and 3 centimetres by D. Powell in 2011. I'm just looking down to make sure that oh no, we've got space for that. We've got space. I'm just worried that someone's going to throw it 48 metres, going to land on the tennis courts, but no, plenty of space. But the next race is on track in a little bit of time, probably around about 12 o'clock-ish, I believe. 12:10 will be the next one on track, which will be the 300 metres. I can explain to you this is a graded final. So a graded final basically means that they only run the race once because, again, it's quite long, especially in this heat. So they'll run it once, and the fastest time over the 2 heats or 3 heats is the winner. So, again, really important that even if you're in first place in your heat, you continue to run right to the end because there's that opportunity potentially that someone in another heat might be a bit quicker. So it looks like here, as we look a bit at the under-10 cricket ball, one of our officials there, one of the Hurst officials, so thanks for all them for volunteering their time to come out and help with this, is you'll see that they're really focusing on explaining those rules to the athletes. So a lot of them will not have competed in an event like this, which is slightly more official, etc. But again, it's just building them into that opportunity. And I actually said a couple of times, it's not the Olympics, but for a lot of these students and for a lot of these athletes and for a lot of the parents at home, this is. For them, it's a massive event, and we just try at Hurst to ensure that they get the opportunity to compete at that high level, whilst also understanding and developing them going ahead into the future. So you can see a couple of the high jumpers just getting a bit of time in the shade there.
We have the great Ballard under 10, long jumper, please. That's the girls under 11 long jump.
So again, our last, I think, well, this might be the start of the competition now. So high jump, well done to the girls down there, the officials. They're doing a great job because notoriously it can take a while because you obviously get 3, whereas in the other events, you'll get 3 attempts and that's it. You'll get 3 attempts at each height in high jump. So if you were to do 2 fails and then compete on your 3rd one, you move on to the next height. So there was a bit more of a scissor kick there as he went over. So you see, usually you see that driving the knee up. But the Oakwood athlete there, too, has got more of a straight leg technique. They quickly come out of the shade.
Could we have the competitors, please?
Matthew,
Watch the area.
Matthew, do you want to warm up as well?
300 metres A. We've got 2 heats. 300 metres A, that's the boys, 300 under 11s. Could the competitors, please, for those 2 heats come to the marshalling area in front of the pavilion? The 300-metre races are graded finals. In other words, it's a time trial with just the 2 heats. And the best 3, number 1, 2, 3 in the overall final from the 2 heats. So that's the boys. It's event 19, the boys under 11, 300 metres graded final, 2 heats. The girls like to stay in the shade for the moment. Coaches, if you have any.
So I'm finally joined by another guest, slightly better than Mr. May this time. Ellen Franks, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Very warm.
It's lovely, isn't it? What role are you doing today down there?
I am officiating at the finish line, so recording all the results as the races come in.
So it's a couple of really tight races. How do you make that decision?
So we've got a iPad that has a photo finish app on it, so we can go back through that if we can't tell, just to make sure we've got it right. So yeah, we're kind of on it at the finish line.
Which athletes or race are you most impressed with so far today?
There was a couple of sprinters that were running some pretty quick times. I think it was the Windlesham boy in the under 11s. He was, he was pretty impressive. And then there were some good hurdlers as well. So we're looking forward to the finals this afternoon.
Yeah, so we're just talking about the finals. Obviously, those ones were heated and they're going to finals. What's the difference with just saying a 300 is a graded final? So what's happening with those ones?
Because the 300 is quite a long way to run twice in a day.
I couldn't run that.
Yeah, it's quite a long way to sprint twice in one day. So we kind of randomly put the athletes into 2 heats, and then we just take the best time at the end of the heat. So you might win your heat, but could end up kind of 7th or 8th overall. So we just encourage the kids to make sure they keep sprinting to the line, whether they're in first place or wherever they are. So, yeah.
Have you got down to the throws yet? Have you seen the javelin and the shot put this year yet?
No, I haven't been down there. I'm kind of stuck at the finish line, but that's why I've come up here to see if I can see a bit on the screen up here.
Well, we've got some of the other field events on. We haven't managed to get down to the throws, but you still hold the school record, don't you, for the shot put?
Yes, I do.
So there's a story behind this. Basically, all the records at Hurst got lost, and so they only date back to about 2014, apart from the one that.
No, it's got to be longer than that. I'm over. That would make me about.
No, because we lost all of them, and the only one that you could remember was the one that you held.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, what is it? Well, how far did you chuck the shot put?
I think in a school event, my best was 10:40 something, but I got nearly 11 meters once.
So that is a school record. Anyone out there down there today who's listening, 10:40 to beat the under 20 Hurst champion. In terms of with the field events, are they just straight knockout in terms of if the winner of those will just go straight through? Or do they get an extra jump or anything?
Yeah, so in all the field events, apart from high jump, obviously, where they get unlimited jumps, but all the other events, they get 3 throws or jumps, and then the top 8 get a additional last round jump, so a 4th round jump, and then we just take the best of all their 4 attempts. To crown the winner and get their medal.
Do we know if any records have been broken yet today?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard any records yet. There hasn't been any on the track, but obviously some of those athletes might be saving themselves for the final. So
that would be our tactic, wouldn't it? You know?
Yeah, that would definitely be my tactic. Do enough to get to the final and then break the record in the final.
I think I'd have to run all out to even get to the final.
Yeah, I mean, these athletes here are pretty impressive. I'm not sure I would feature in a final here.
They're a lot younger than us as well, so you know.
A lot fitter.
Yeah, exactly. Speak for yourself. I'll let you go off and enjoy it. When's the next race on the track? 12:10?
Yep, so we've got 12:10, we've got the 300 metres. So we're just having a bit of a break because we know some parents will be tuning in bang on time, so we didn't want to start early. So
they don't have the luxury like we do of just sitting here having a chat.
Yeah, they might be watching it on their lunch break or something. So we thought we'd wait till
doing a real job. I've just been sent a photo by Simpkins. This is the thing though. I'm in a very public area, but I look really lonely. None of you can see that at home, but I'm just sat outside a marquee on my own with a big, massive black box with a telly in it. But yeah, so in terms of that, finals around about 3 o'clock, just before that, 2 o'clock. I've just asked you a question you don't know the answer to.
No, I don't. You have the schedule in front of you, so. Yeah, so we got the hurdles final is at 2:30, I think, 2:35, and then the 100s and 75-metre finals are from 3:45. So the athletes most of those will probably be in a relay before that as well, and maybe doing a field event. So I'm sure it's a busy day for all of them.
But it's much better than double mass.
I agree.
I concur. Right, I'll let you go off. Have a lovely rest of your day.
No.
Thanks for coming along.
Thanks for having me.
Second, Emily Franks, Westbourne House, 3.19. And third, Beatrice Corsi, Dawson House, 3.174. Rosie Horston,
So with the under 11 boys, high jump here, we've got just early on in the competition. So you'll tend to see the majority of these athletes clearing it. As I said previously before, they would have competed at home at their own school. Bit of the under 10 girls long jump. So fantastic to see so many young athletes out there competing, who again may not have competed a lot this year. I've spoken to some of the coaches earlier today, and they said it's just a great opportunity for them to get out and actually do some athletics. Good clearance there.
Right, we're missing one or two runners for the 300 metres. Jackson Black, Dorset House, Bruni Payne, Seaford.
They're probably just about to start the long jump here, or maybe a little bit more practice for the athletes. Again, good speed, really good height there off the board. So with the long jump again, it would just be measured to their backmost point that they break the sand. So if they were to drop down with a hand, then that would obviously be their backmost point. We do focus on trying to, when we're coaching it, get them to stay in the air as long as possible. So there's two sort of techniques: the sail technique, or it would tend to be just a continuous run through the air as you get there. So this is speed in here. Good jump up, really driving that non-planting leg up. So if they're jumping off their right leg, they drive the left leg up just to get that. So not enough speed going in there to for that high jumper, but a good, as we say, they get 3 opportunities at each height.
That's a javelin. The boys under 11 javelin.
So 4 meters 11 was the distance to beat in the long jump for those competitors, and then 140. I'm really excited by the potential of some records being broken. And what I will say is these records have been around for a long time, some of them. So we're probably about 4 or 5 minutes away from our next events on track, which is 300 meters. So again, this one might be a event that you're not that familiar with. We tend to have 300 being closer to the 400 meters. So that longer distance sprint. And we are seeing more and more now of 800 meters being a bit more of a sprint event, even though it is quite long distance. But the 400 and the 300 definitely seen as the longest sprint event. So that ability, what you might see is people going off really fast at the start, but it's definitely one that we want to watch right until the end as we watch some more long jump. That's a really strong jump. Poor Mr. Emerson, he's a tall man, he's about 6'4", and he's having to bend down to that sand. Great to see some of our Hurst students there helping out. I'm just going to turn my walkie-talkie down. So you can hear, might have heard them over the walkie-talkie, they're just talking about the graded finals. Looking at that, again, just really important for the athletes to continue running even if you're in first place, because there's always that second, third, maybe fourth heat in some occasions.
Just a reminder that these are the 2 heats for each age group, and that's the under 11 boys and the under 11 girls. They are graded finals, which means that they are time trials effectively. So runners are reminded to run through the final. Don't just sort of rest up your miles ahead, because you'll be timed against the other heat as well as yourselves. So it's a graded.
So again, if we look at, I believe that's Toby. I know Toby, he comes to a campsite I work on. So really, really good competition here in the long and the high jump. So again, just to reiterate what Ellen was saying earlier, in the long jump, the athletes, and there's usually around 20, 25 competing in each of the events, will run, we'll do 3 jumps. After those 3 jumps, the top 8, including any ties, will get a 4th jump. And then there's that opportunity again for them to beat their previous 3 jumps and maybe go through and win the overall medal. And just to explain that there is there's obviously a piece of plasticine on the board there, which the athletes have to plant their foot behind. If they do it beyond that, then it'd be a foul jump and it doesn't count towards their score. Really strong, really strong technique from this Westbourne House high jumper there. We've seen a couple of them there where he's done that. Bit of our cricket ball, under 10 cricket ball going on. That was straight final, 48 metres the distance to beat. I haven't quite seen that yet. That one's gone about 30, I'd say. So, still a good competitive throw there. Just a couple of competitors left there. So we've just seen that the Great Wall athlete there hasn't actually, didn't actually foul there, just ran through, which is fine. As long as you don't touch the bar, you're fine. So that looks like Casimir, oh no, that's the wrong one. That looks like Oliver from Westbourne House, who's done a couple of good clearances. Harvey there from Windlesham. Is he going to stay? And we're getting ready for the start of the 300 metres. Do not worry, any parents watching at home, that man at the front is not going to compete. He's in upper sixth. He'd probably win it. He's quite good at these long distance ones. So 300 metres, 3/4 lap around the track. They will have a staggered start. So you'll see that we've shown their lines by Mr. May there. Inside line tends to be obviously the shortest area of the track. Outside line, the longest. So this will be their younger sort of version of the 400 metres, a real long distance sprint, but competitive in terms of making sure that they don't go off too quickly, get that lactic acid build up early, and then go down on the final bend can be a real harrowing task. Athlete there, just dropping her feet as she went in. So we try and encourage people to land 2-footed on the pit. Really extend out your legs in front of you. We talk about kicking the door down, so your non-jumping foot drives the knee up, and then you kick the door down. See if we can get this here. So you'll see whichever leg this athlete takes off, the other knee will drive up to the sky. Really strong speed into there. Slightly over the board, obviously, but good speed there from the Copthorne athlete. Now the competitor from Ardingly, going for that 4 metres 11 record. Again, really good height. Just lost a little bit of speed, but really good height. And you'll see these guys just starting to get ready in terms of lining up. So there's a big shout out there to Mandy. So Mandy works up at K2 in Crawley, so she's just helping as a marksman there. And she's does a great, fantastic job for us up there. So we invite her down for a day like this. She thinks she just gets a nice lunch and everything, but we made her do some work. Not really fair, is it? So graded finals, these ones. So even if you're winning your race, continue to run to the end. 2 heats. The record is by a current Hurst student who's was probably, I think it was at Penthorpe. So Ed Tussler, if you're ever listening to this, you are currently the record holder of 50 minutes, 50 seconds and 31 milliseconds. So it looks like we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 16 competitors across the 2 heats. And again, the fastest time will take home gold. But if you're in second place, still keep going because you never know, that could be enough for second place overall. And we'll watch a bit of this long jump until we hear the whistle, but it shouldn't be too long now. There we go. So we'll flick over to the start of the 300 metres. the under-11 boys.
That's nice, isn't it?
So again, we see there Matthew, who from Windlesham, who we saw running the 100. Oh, he's having a little dance. He's been loving life. So based on his 100, probably a strong favourite in this as well. I've got great news. The lunch has just arrived. And they're off first time there. So again, you can already see these students getting used to that. Really sort of fluid start. Matthew out in front there. But again, we won't really see until they get around that final turn, because then they start to line up. So just 5 races in there. I can't work out who might have dropped out here, but I'll try and work out who we are. So we've got athlete from Windlesham. You can start to see as they come around the curve now. Really strong run by the athlete in the dark blue vest with the white stripe. I'm going to try and work out who that is. So Henry from Skippers Hill looks to be leading at the moment. And then as we watch Matthew just come ahead there, and the Skippers Hill athlete, lane problem. So really strong run, well timed there. On to the first thing. So again, just that's the only time those guys will have to run that today, because as you see, there's a lot of those athletes to be running 300, 200, 100 especially. I know I've spoken about it a lot, but it's this lunch is being like taken out of the van just over my shoulder. It smells delicious. I'm thoroughly excited. So it looks like we're towards the end of that under 11s high jump. So the Westbourne athlete who performed really, really well throughout, when we've seen him jump a few times. Oh, I think he's all right. But yeah, you see there, it does get to that height, and again, it's just that importance of being able to just having that confidence. And you see there, that is a real challenging height. That looks around sort of 130, 135, up towards the record. So we've probably got a couple of events before the lunch break. In fact, I think this will have the second heat of the under 11 boys, which we're about to get on to now. So a few more athletes in there. Archer from Hurst, Rudy from Seaford, Joseph Brighton College, Austin, Great Woolstead, Jake from Penthorpe, Felix from Westbourne, and Daniel from Copthorne. So again, graded final. So winning this race here could put you in first place, and currently obviously that would be Matthew from Windlesham. We're looking forward to another great run from these young athletes. And they're again off first time. So a really strong start by Austin from Great Woolstead here. And again by the Westbourne house runner as well. Felix, that is. So we'll start to see as they come around the bend what position people are in. Again, it's a really long sprint race this, so important they try and maintain a bit of energy towards the end of it. Looks like it's going to be a really tight race, actually. There's probably 4 or 5 in a good position here. We just see Archer from Hurst as well. Really strong run. It's going to be tight. I hope Miss Bingham's got her camera ready. She has. Don't know if we can get the finish line one. I can just tell you that Archer is from Hurst. It's in first place, just as he goes past. It looks like he's going to take it. Really strong run. Second there for Joseph Brighton. Well done. And I think Felix from Westbourne in third place. So you can see as they go around this final turn, they're actually really even, and it's just who's got that energy left. So Archer Caldwell from Hurst, really strong run there in lane 2. Keeps going. We'll see if that's good enough to get him through to, to get him first place overall. And I think we had the Brighton College athlete in lane 3 there, just followed by the Westbourne athlete. Yep, so can do that one by eye. So what will happen now is our recorders will take the time to go and see overall those times, first, second, third, fourth, and then We'll see again who has won overall. Athlete from Vinehall here. Good speed in again. Really good. So we try and talk about getting those feet up as high as possible on the long jump. We might stay with the long jump for a little bit now before the girls get started on their 300. So this is the under 10 girls long jump. So record 360. Held by C. Marlowe in 2016 and T. Brown. I don't know if it's Tabitha Brown, probably, who's at Hurst now. But yeah, I can tell you we've got about 24 athletes in this event, and it's a very popular event. Again, it's just a real sort of, there's none of that perhaps fear aspect that we talked about with the high jump. As we get ready for the under 11 girls 300 meters. Again, graded final, 2 heats. So in the first heat, we should have Flora, Alice, Olivia, Ellie, Betsy, Catriel, and Miller. And again, some of these girls, maybe their first race today, so they've just got to get used to that starting routine almost. So get ready for start. And again, they're off first time. Really good discipline there from those students. Really strong start from the athlete in lane 5, I'd say. Really strong. You can often tell if they get on the corner of their, on the shoulder of their other competitors. So I think that's the runner from Penthorpe. Ellie, really strong start. She's looking to really drive around the bend. Then we'll see whether she's got it left in the tank for the final bit. As we start to see the Alice from Hazelwick start to come through. They're really strong run by Flora from Farlington as well. So it looks like Alice is going to be just ahead. She's in lane 3 there, just ahead as we go around the turn. Just from Flora. So Alice and Flora battling it out for first place here. Remember, it's a graded final again, so we want to see them really push the whole time. It's going to be a tight one. Going to be on the camera. I think Alice has just hold on there, so well done, Alice. Just from Flora. And a really strong finish by Miller as well from Prebendal. Just to... Oh, no, that was Catriel from Handcross, sorry. In 3rd place. So again, really important there. And that's often quite useful when you've got a really tight race like that. You get the opportunity to really push your the other competitor on, and it'll give you the opportunity to do the best time there. So well done to those two. Well, again, all the competitors. Well done, especially to those girls. You really pushed each other towards the end. So coming towards the end now, I believe, of the under 10 girls long jump. You can see a few just starting to finish. I think we're probably coming towards the stage of the 8 jumps for the best. Again, good speed into the board here. Yeah, good height as well. Maybe slightly over. Excuse me. So what you'll see is the official there from Hurst just sort of going down every time, and just if they have touch capacity, just showing the athlete where they hit, and then also sort of re-rolling it out again.
Under 10 C, that's the boys under 10 shot. First was Rafty New from Dorset House, best pro on 6.04. Second was Stanley Tracy, Hazelwood, 5.99, and third was Digby Robbie of Great Wilstead, 5.62.
So again, just a real opportunity here for a lot of these athletes to compete on the tartan as well. As we go to the second heat there, so remember the winner of this heat, not necessarily the overall winner, will come down to those graded final times. What I will do, I'll make a conscious effort at lunchtime to go and find out if there's been any records to let you guys at home know about. Hopefully there are some of you watching and I'm not talking into the ether. And again, apologies that you can't be here. See, I've just had another person come up and do my job for me, you know. Would you like some water? There's a lot of pressure on me now. I'm surrounded by vultures. Would any of you like to come on and have a talk to the people at home? You've been genuinely down at throws, haven't you? Come here, please.
Right, this is the last of the 300 metres, the second heat of the girls. That will conclude
So a really good start here in the second 300.
the track events of the morning and break for lunch.
Really strong run here by Sky from Claremont. A really good strong run on the inside by Amelia from Hurst. And we'll see these two come around the corner. Probably be a 2-horse race between these two, but remember, they really want to push each other on to get the top time because it's a graded final. So it's going to be a really tight race between these two, I think. Really strong run by Amelia, though, on the inside lane. And a great run as well by Sky. I think Amelia's just going to take it. Great run. So again, just about timing that finish there, really driving on towards the end. So Amelie, well done. I've been calling you Amelia the whole race, which is wrong. I can't read. So I think that will be our final race on the track as we just get a little highlight here for the end of it. So Amelie and Sky really pushing each other on. Amelie will see if she's done enough there to get the win overall. But yeah, just that important. Even though she's probably with about 10, 15 to go, feels confident that she's won it. Just continue to run, just in case she needs to beat that first time. Okay. So I think what we're going to do now is we'll stop for the lunch interval, and then we'll come back after. We'll come back on after that to see the final bits of the afternoon. And we're going to stick with some long jump for a bit actually before we go.
Live streamed, hence the cameras above the lodge and extra commentary from Mr. Javelin, who's been talking to himself all morning.
Yeah, so we just watched the end of the under 10 long jump. So we're going through the last couple of jumps here.
I think it's in there. I've got to go. See you later.
So again, this is the under 10s cricket ball throw for the boys. Record here, 40 odd metres.
The result of the 11 under 11, that's a boys high jump. First, Oliver Anderson of Westbourne, 1.24. Second, Oliver Evans, Hazelwood, 1.12. And third,
So I managed to track down one of our judges who's been on the throws today. So Freddie, how you doing?
Official.
Official is an official. Judges, what's a bit different?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, perfect. So what have you been on today? Shot put?
Shot put, yes. Down on Rockford.
So first time that we've actually had shot put and javelin and discus at this event. How's it going down there? Are the kids enjoying it?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's a festival of throwing down there.
Festival, you've been thinking about that for a while, haven't you?
I have a little bit,
The
yeah.
festival of throwing. So what, how they, in terms of what's been going on down there, are they using like special junior shots? Because they tend to be like massive otherwise.
They're pretty small, to be honest. I think everyone's using the same at the moment. I'm not actually sure of the weight off the top of my head, actually.
You're an official.
I know, not very official, that, is it?
Not very official. Cool. So in terms of when your athletics days, were you a thrower, runner, jumper?
I think I was put wherever my PE teacher decided, I think. I think if you were a sporty kid, you tend to do everything, I think.
Yeah. So we're seeing a bit of cricket ball throw here.
I was actually very good at that.
The cricket ball throw, what, when you were 10?
Yeah, and I remember in junior school, I think I threw it further than any member of staff, I remember.
That is impressive.
Thank you.
Do you hold the school record?
Patcham Junior School record
Pacton Junior School
to this
record,
day.
1984. About then?
6.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of long jump there for the
TBC as well, I'm not sure.
I'm not really sure if I did with it. So as we're sort of coming towards the lunch break here, you'll see a couple of the athletes just sort of milling around the track, probably getting ready for the relays a bit later on.
Which one? They didn't know until the end.
I think, so with our long jump, I think they're in between the last little bit of working out who the top 8 are, because they'll get one final jump there. Did you have any contentious, really close, well, not contentious, that's the wrong word, really close endings down at the shots?
Not particularly, but in the last, who was it? I think it was the girls. They threw, 2 girls threw 3 exactly same length throws.
That was the under 10 girls final.
That's one, yeah.
Yeah. Who was it? Do you remember?
I actually don't remember. I was picking up the shot puts rather than marking the scores, but 2 girls threw 3 exactly the same length.
Oh, both, not just one of the girls. Both of them did it.
Both of them threw 3 shots, and they both threw 3 the exact same lengths. That is amazing, isn't it?
That is impressive. So the good news is that you are probably the only one that's definitely going to have records today. Did you think about that?
Because this is the first time they've ever done it.
First time it's ever been done. So therefore, there have been records broken, worked down by you.
Oh, throw after throw, their records have been broken.
Constantly, like new world record every single time.
Get it on Twitter.
Get it on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter. Anyway, so we're just waiting for that final few jumps of the under 10s, girls long jump. So we're just waiting for those, and they'll get ready to go, and then we'll be exciting. You're going to hang around till the queue goes down for lunch?
I think so, yeah. I'm fairly hungry.
I know. All I've been talking about is how impressive the lunch is.
I think we should get Mr. Davies to come in and speak. He's leaving speech as he's leaving us.
So we're just going to stop for lunch now, and we'll see you guys back at around 1:20 for the next round of the competition. So enjoy your lunch. and welcome to the after lunch session today. So the afternoon session here at the 53rd annual IAPS under 10 and under 11 tournament here at Hurst College. Some amazing performances this morning, and we've got finals coming later on. So if you missed this morning, don't worry, you'll get to see some of those top athletes again. But just again, a great day in terms of participation from all the schools that we've got here. We're moving on to the 1500 metres now. I've just had a discussion with some of my colleagues. I think it's really unfair they're being made to do that straight after lunch. You think after lunch you just want to do 75 metres, but you never know. So 1500 metres, longest race that these guys will compete in at this age, and a real sort of challenge for them. But great to see so many competitors, especially in the under 11 boys, wanted to take part in this. So 1500 metres, you can see their competitors there with Rob Clift, our referee today, who organised the event, set up the whole event. So not originally, he's not that old, but the opportunity for these guys to just run competitively at such a long distance is something they might not normally get. So great to see about, I would say, 10, 15 boys there competing. I might have a guess. So I'm joined by Ben Dewey. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm glad to have someone to speak to. What have you been up to today with the Hurst team? Are you just managing them today?
Oh yeah, managing everybody, trying to get them in the right place at the right time, trying to get them between their field events, their track events, the food tent, the water tent, the toilets. It's been a little bit hectic, but this is nice. We just had a lunch break, so everybody is ready to go.
So who have been your top performers so far?
We've had some really good results. Actually, everyone's performed really well. I mean, the throws, I think you were already talking about it earlier, the throws are new this year for the younger ones doing the shot and the discus and the javelin. And we had Jude Hammond in year 4, won the discus for us. I think we also had a 4th place in the shot for a lad called Tom. Bo Bailey, one of the girls as well, was very, very good in the shot earlier on. And on the track, obviously, we saw just before lunch, Archer Caldwell and Emily Whitehouse win the boys and the girls 300 metres. So really, really pleased actually with how it's going so far.
Yeah, it's a real challenge, isn't that? Because we were talking about how, because it's graded finals, you're not necessarily running against the person that is going to be in second place or something like that.
No, well, I actually went and watched the stream back with Emily and with Archie just before lunch, and you can see me on the sideline shouting at Archie. And he goes, "Yeah, I heard you to tell me to keep going, because I knew I was winning. I was going to slow down, and you can't afford to in a graded final. You've obviously got to run as fast as you can, because that time is the only time that counts."
Yeah, I agree. So we're on to the 1500 now. Is that Archer again in the 1500?
Yeah, Archie's going for the boys. He's just at the back there. He told me he's very, very, very nervous. So we're going to see how he goes.
It's a very long time, isn't it? It's three long time, long distance. 3 3/4.
Yeah, 3 3/4. It's long and hot today as well. So hopefully he's not had too much at lunchtime, and he's saving himself for this.
Not like us. I had quite a lot. I told you the lunch is amazing here, isn't it?
Oh yeah, wonderful spread. It was almost like pre-COVID times for half an hour.
Right, amazing. Right, so the record stands at 5 minutes, 8 seconds, and 73 milliseconds by B. Hastings in 2018. Are we seeing that beaten today?
Ooh, I don't know. Barney Hastings, he's currently running the show at some of the senior school athletics events at the moment. So he was a very, very good athlete, and I suppose we'll have to wait and see. 5 minutes time. Mandy there, setting them all in their lanes.
Well, she's in charge, isn't she? So actually, I'm going to do a timer. It's not an official timer, but just so I can give you an idea about the lap times that go round.
And also, I'm pretty sure Archie's parents are watching. I know they watched his 300 metres because they've emailed me. So hello to you. He looks nervous.
How can you tell he looks nervous? He just looks like he's about to run. So how many competitors have we got here? 15, 16? There we go, getting ready for the start. All about pacing themselves off here. I'll give you a little bit of an idea of time each time, like they do in the Olympics. And they're off.
Now this is a usual trick of the little ones. They sprint off like it's a 200-meter race, and by the time they get to us, they are very much slowing down.
It's quite interesting. You're like, oh, well, I was leading it for the first. I used to do that on cross country. If you like, make sure, because the camera, like the marketing team, would always be in the first like 10 meters.
Yeah, no, I'm just watching some of the boys at the back running a bit comfortable, but they may be the ones that come through in the end. Who have we got at the front? Looks like Great Ballard at the moment, followed by Windlesham, followed by potentially
Generic
Brighton,
Canterbury.
Canterbury, generic blue Canterbury, Brighton or Seaford in third place.
This is what I need you. You know the vests perfect.
Yeah, we've got Great Ballard, followed by Windlesham, followed by Brighton Prep, followed by Ardingly in white, Westbourne House in red and black,
Claremont in the blue.
Archie in the middle of the field for Hurst at the moment. Pace yourself, Arch, good boy.
The best thing is that you've taken the mic away to do that and then shouting. We still all heard it, but great. Pace yourself. That's the plan. So you probably see them bunch up coming up towards as they get around that second, the first full lap. You probably see them bunch up a little bit closer. Quite often you get so it's a little break on here from the Windlesham lad.
And there we go, Archie's little injection of speed. He doesn't want him to get too far away. As long as he doesn't give it too much here, he's going for it.
This is Taylor from Windlesham, who's had a really good start there, and again, just trying to really force the issue there. And Archie in second place, and then Caden from Ardingly, I believe, in third place. So as we watched Taylor coming around the top bend there. Did you pace yourself in your triathlon yesterday?
Yeah, I did. It was good fun, actually. The guy who won the triathlon standing just to my right. He ran a 15-minute 5K at the end of the triathlon. One of the Windlesham members of staff. So well done to him.
15 minutes.
I came 11th and thought that was all right. He won by 5 minutes.
I played golf yesterday with Fred Simpkins, who went, it's over 50s, doesn't count. And I went, Fred, the quickest over 50 did it in 1 hour and 6 minutes.
We've still got Windlesham, Westbourne House, Hurst, Ardingly, Brighton. The green is Oakwood.
So it's just a case of these guys now probably getting on the shoulder of each other. We've got 2 laps to go. And again, what's quite good is if there are some runners who are all of a similar sort of pace, then you've just got to, if you can stick with it, as we start to see the field spread out a little bit more.
Always a really interesting race. We set qualifying times and standards for all of these events so that we have a relatively close timed field, but they never seem to run as quick as they do at actual events. No matter how much you shout at them in PE lessons and in athletics clubs, they never ever seem to push themselves as hard as when they're chasing someone. Archie now is trying to chase down this Windlesham. What was the young man's name from Windlesham?
Taylor.
No, Ollie.
No, I think that's
Westbourne House. Okay,
It's
Taylor from
confusing,
Windlesham. Okay.
So I tell you what, there's a bit of Siri's talking to me. Don't want that. We've 3 minutes and 30 seconds in. Minute and a half to do 550. Going to be tough. Going to be tough.
No, they go about 2 minutes a lap. Still relatively close together though, so
It'll be interesting to see because sort of, you don't want to kick too early. But again, Taylor and Archie just really pushing each other. And there's a couple behind there that are still in contention as well.
this is where it really starts to hurt the legs.
Yeah, as we go into the final lap, that's where you hear the bell there, just to let the athletes know they've got 1 lap to go.
The pace has been picked up a little bit at the front.
Yeah, really kicking on. I think we'll stay with these front 3. Taylor from Windlesham looking really strong still, really strong action as he goes through, and he's actually kicking on.
He's pulling away. He's got about 15 metres now.
Still plenty to go. Downhill, back straight.
Ollie from Westbourne House looks
Yeah,
like
really
he's
pushing
chasing him
on.
down the hill.
It's going to be a tight one, I think. Ollie's really got it, but it's whether he's had to kick too soon just to try and catch up. So it's going to be probably between Taylor and Ollie. Taylor looks comfortable. Hasn't looked like he's had to really kick too much yet.
Ollie's got him.
No, but then...
I'm calling it now. Ollie's got him.
Oh, I don't know. It's going to be so tight.
It's a sprint finish. Sprint finish. The Windlesham coach is getting very excited to my right.
Oh, it's the second kick.
Archer from Hurst is currently still in third. I'm not sure who's in fourth in the white.
Fantastic run there by Ollie from Westbourne House. Really judged that well. Second place, Taylor Windlesham. Third place there, just as you're coming across the line.
Archer going in for third. Well done, Arch. Really good.
So great to see these guys. Really.
Brighton coming in.
I think he might. Oh.
Oakwood. Skippers Hill. Prebendal. Hazelwood.
Wick or Wood. I always get confused. Is it Hazelwick or Hazelwood? Oh. So watch the last couple just coming in now. Again, a really tough race that in this heat. And again, it's still coming in now about 6 minutes, which is a really good time. What would you set the normal, the qualifying time as, not the we?
I think the qualifying time is about 6:05 for the boys.
Okay.
I think 6:40-ish or 6:30 for the girls, 6:05 for the boys. So, yeah, there's a reason we put them in, and otherwise you get everybody trying to run the races, and you end up waiting for quite a while. A few people get disheartened because they're finishing a long while after the rest and things. Yeah. So it shows that it seems to work pretty well. Right, Mr. Chadwell, I'm going to have to bid you farewell and go and push some people to some field events and whatnot.
Give Archie some water.
Give Archie some water. Check he's all right. He looks all right. I hope he's smiling. He's done really, really well, especially after that 300 just before his lunch.
Is he in the relay later?
He is in the relay, yeah. I don't know how we're going to go in the relay, but they're always good fun. The boys enjoy them. It's Mr. Kift's favourite event anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So all the training's done with that. Right, perfect. I'll let you go.
Right, thank you very much.
See you later.
Cheers.
Have a good rest of your day. So again, as we just watch a little replay back of Ollie from Westbourne House here, who just had a little bit too much for Taylor towards the end. But again, a hugely competitive race and amazing in terms of just the actual planning of that. I think it's a very tactical event, whereas a lot we speak about some of the throws and the jumps being very technical. This is an extremely tactical event for them to have to sit there and work out how long they're going to be doing each, how long they want each lap to take and things like that. So I think we should be heading next to the 1500 metres girls.
Final shout, please, for the competitors for the 600 metres C, that's the boys under 10 600 metres. Please come to the marshal area in front of the pavilion.
So I'm actually joined by the better half of the Hurst Prep sports team now. So Christina Money, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Are you looking? Oh, have you had fun so far? Enjoyed the lunch?
Yeah, it's very nice, thank you. Yeah.
That's mainly what we talk about, just the lunch here.
Yeah, just the food.
So who have been the star performers for the prep school girls here for you today?
So far, we've had some quite good results in the throws. So Bo Bailey performed well in the shot put.
New record, obviously.
Yeah, and Francesca Mann won the Javelin, I believe.
Nice.
Year 5.
So again, a lot of those girls, perhaps first time they've ever competed in Javelin, shot put, discus.
Yeah, I think we've had 2 discus wins as well. First time for them as well.
And they're going to have that record because obviously we've never done it before, so we can,
exactly.
we can go home with the record.
New this year.
So what we've got the 1500 for the under 11 girls on track now. And Amelie from Hurst is running in this as well, isn't she?
Yep, she's running in this race. Her preferred event.
Preferred event. She won the 300, didn't she?
Yep, this is her event that she likes the most.
I don't really understand how people are like, my preferred event is the longest one that I can possibly run. There's some of these students in the senior school just say, oh, whatever the longest race I can run is. It's horrible. 100 metres I struggle with. So what tactics have you spoken with Amelie before this about?
I think she's going to go off pretty fast by the looks of it, and she's going to go at the front.
Try and control the race.
Yeah, try and go at her pace, hopefully, and not go off too quick.
Or she's just trying to break the competition within the first 150 metres. I always worry sometimes when they're like, do they know it's 1500?
Yeah, she definitely does know that it's 1500 this one. So hopefully she hasn't gone off too quick and she manages to cope in the heat.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We've got an athlete from Great Ballard there, which is who is not on the list. So I don't know who that is. Is it Great Woolstead, sorry?
Great Woolstead, yeah.
So we've got Florence from Great Woolstead, who I think was also in the 300. So these two taking out to start, but as we saw in the last race, there's definitely it's a long race. So there's that opportunity, as Ollie did in the last one, just to come back towards the end and take it on for the win.
Very quick start from these two at the front, but hopefully they both get through it all. They both like some competition, hopefully.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that when you've got someone of a similar sort of standard that you can run with, it sort of drives you on. Hopefully in a positive way, rather than makes you run too quickly and then you get knackered.
Yeah, the girl from Great Woolstead is running very well.
Yeah, very, very strong runner. So relays later, how are we looking for the relays? A lot of practice done, or?
We have done a lot of practice, yeah. Hopefully we'll get through with some smooth changeovers.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the one, isn't it? It's just, you see the actual running aspect's fine. It's the changeovers that really, Great Britain used to win on relays when they weren't very good at running, but they just had the best changeovers in the world.
Yeah, we have done a fair amount of practice, so hopefully we'll be okay.
So who are we looking out for this afternoon? Is there anyone who hasn't competed yet in some of the other field events? We tend to get a bit of field event stuff.
Amanda in year 5 who hasn't competed yet. She's in the 800 a little bit later. We've got Meg in year 5 also, who's come to do a throw, and she'll be in the relay as well, I think.
So as we've watched them just come round here, we've got Florence still probably, I would say, about 60 metres ahead.
Yeah.
So really running well with 2 laps to go. I've seen that it says 3 laps on there, but it's only 2.
Amelie still looking strong in second.
Yeah. And in third place, we have got Willow from Westbourne. Again, really strong run. Then the competitor from, I'm not sure what school that is. Great Ballard? And then Burgess Hill, and see, this is where I need you to know the colours of the
I know
vests.
there's some here though that we don't see very often, so they normally only come to this event, so we haven't seen some of these schools for a while, obviously not having fixtures and tournaments until this term.
Yeah. So really strong run by Florence. She goes around the bottom bend now, opening up a big lead, and still looking strong, isn't she? She's flying round. What is the record here? I tell you, the record is 5:39.47. Could be in a bit of danger. I didn't start my watch this time.
No, I didn't start mine either. I should have started it.
We can shout over it, March. No, he's just in charge of the bell, isn't he? He's not allowed to do anything else. So as we watch Florence then coming up the home straight as she gets ready for the final lap. So final lap for Florence. We hear the bell now. Probably got a 100-metre gap to Amelie. Amelie's still looking really strong there in second place. Now it's just a case of just kicking on, making sure that it holds off Willow in third. I'm going to put it out there, I think this is going to be a record.
I think you might be right. He's running very, very fast on that back straight.
The back straight there, you can see. But I don't know the time. It could have been 10 minutes, and I've got no idea. There's a Dorset House runner, and the Burgess Hill girls come through now. And we'll probably track with Florence now to the end just to see how she gets on. I'm going to try and get some indicator of time. So we're just checking as Florence then coming down. She's got about 100 metres to go. So we're just waiting to see as she comes down the
Very
final
strong
straight.
finish here from the Great Woolstead runner-up.
Kicking on current record is 5:39. I've just been informed. I don't have an official time yet, but well done to Florence from Great Woolstead.
So broken the record by 20 seconds, is that?
So I just found out that the record has been broken by about 20 seconds. So it's a phenomenal run there from Florence. Well done. Florence, you are our first official that I know of record breaker today. Not a record maker, but a record breaker. So you are done
Here we've
phenomenally.
got Hurst and Westbourne House finishing strongly. So Amelie just needs to hold on from the young lady from Westbourne, who's coming in very strong to the finish line.
And now just hold on to second there. So that's a first in the 300 and second in the 15 for her today. And a great run as well by Willow from Westbourne. And you'll be able to hear, in the background, you can sort of hear the chanting from all of the different athletes, which is great.
With Burgess Hill coming in now.
So fourth place, and then Dorset House, just a couple of metres behind them in fifth place. I don't have them all on my list, but some people obviously died last minute to run 1500.
Perfect decision in the midday heat.
Yeah, we should have just been doing 100. But a great race there. So what's it like being back doing competitive fixtures again? You think all the kids loving it?
Yeah, it's great for the children, great for the sports staff. So for us, this is what we do. So it's nice to have it back and have some competition against other schools back again after almost 14 months with no fixtures.
A long time. So are you gutted to not be on the high jump today? That's usually where you're...
Yeah, I can't explain how unhappy I am that I'm not on the high jump.
Expert high jump, well, the official, there you go.
Yeah, no, it's nice to actually be able to watch all of the competitors as well.
Yeah, and organise them, get them in position to go.
Make sure they don't miss their events.
So what were you a high jumper back in the day?
100, 800 and high jump were my events when I did athletics, yeah.
In a row, just like run 100,
yeah.
900 metres.
Bit of a strange mix, but yeah. Probably 100 now would be my chosen event.
Be the one.
Yeah.
So we see them. Yeah. This is a long way in advance of it starting, but you can see already down there getting the high jumpers ready. Because do they do 7 jumps here or no?
No, it's unlimited jumps.
Unlimited. So just explain that. Like some competitions just do 7 jumps, so you just choose a height, and the maximum number of jumps you can do is 7 to speed it up. But we're not about that here, are we?
No, we're not doing that. It becomes a little bit more tactical when that's in play because they can run out of jumps but not have actually failed a height. So for these little ones, it's a bit too difficult to make it that tactical. And
the only part of the whole event that's in the shade is the jumps, which is why the long and the triple, which is why I'm happy I'm not in there. I can get work on my tan instead.
Yeah, I thought you might be sitting in the shade, but obviously not.
Well, apparently I got the offer. I could have sat in the marquee, and I just went, no, I'll sit outside. So I'm just going to see here it's a 600 only for the under 10s.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So and then the under 11s will do the 800 later in the day.
Fine. Okay. I was going to see if our friend.
They're not allowed
Florence
to. It's the only one they're not allowed to do the 800 and the 1500.
Why is that? Is that just too much running in a day?
Too much running, and I think we normally have this temperature, so.
Yeah, true. Actually,
made a decision that it's not that safe.
Yeah, I think there is a limit of how much they can do.
Yeah, so it's 2 events and a relay, but not 800 and 1500 that they're allowed.
So how much do you guys get out and train with the kids? How much opportunity do they get to?
Yeah, quite a lot actually. We've done more athletics this year in our games programme than we've ever done before, so it's good. And we do after-school activities for athletics as well. So we have done a fair amount this year. So I think the children have enjoyed it as well as doing as much cricket as they do. So we're lucky that we get the opportunity to train as much as we do.
What's the most popular event when people are coming out and you give them a choice? Where are they going?
Quite a lot of our children are liking hurdles at the moment because a lot of them haven't necessarily done it before, especially the younger ones that are trying to train. So, yeah, long jump's always popular, as is high jump. So.
It's an interesting question. Where does 600 start? Well, 200 metres from the start or finish. So we're going on to the 600. Again, this is a graded final. So we'll have 2 races. And do they run the whole thing in the lane for this 600 or do they not?
No, they break. So they start in their lane and then they break.
They have to run, I think previously they've had to run like, no, I don't know. I can't remember. Surely they break. They'll just do it like the 1500 at this stage, won't they?
Yeah, they do.
We'll wait and see. So anyone for the 1600 for her? 1600?
600 for her? Yeah, we've got Minnie in year 4 running for the girls. And the boys also have a runner, but I can't remember who it is at the moment without my piece of paper. Oh, yes.
Tom is running for the
yeah,
in that.
Tom is running.
So again, a really real challenge for them here is that they get that opportunity to obviously win their race, but that might not be enough to get them first place overall. So they just have to continue to really kick on.
Yeah,
to try
all
and get
done
that
on
final.
time. So need to make sure that they get the fastest time possible, obviously.
I don't know if I've just plugged everything with my feet. I think I've broken it. So we're probably, what's the next, 2 o'clock is the next set of field events. So we've got the high jump for the under 11 girls, the under 10 boys long jump, the under 11 boys cricket ball, the under 11 boys discus, the under 10 girls shot, and the under 10 boys javelin. I don't know who's going to win those. Well, I'm trying to work out what the longest standing record is here. There was one from like 1980.
Wow.
And that's right. That's our next job now. So you see these 600-meter runners starting to make their way down for the graded finals there. 89 is the long jump B. 4 meters 11. Surely that's it. There's 89, 91.
95 on there as well.
Uh, 93. Great year that. When I was born.
Wonder why that was.
When I was born. 89. There you go. That's the top record. The oldest record.
What record was that?
I can't remember. The long jump, under 11, under 10 girls long jump. I've just found someone I went to school with.
Have you?
They broke a record in 2001.
Oh, there you go.
I do remember her being really, really quick as well. So to get ready for the 600, it's 1.5 laps of the track. It looks like they're just going to run them all together, as opposed to a graded final. So you may have a few pull out, but we'll try and then work out for you who these individuals are. There should only be one from each school, so I can probably work that out. If I can work out which school they are. So as someone who ran the 800, what are the tactics going to be here? Go up. It's now turning more into like a full sprint the whole way, isn't it?
Yeah, 600 is a hard race for these little ones. I think a lot of them tend to go out way too quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very long. You're like, oh, there's a finish line. They've still got a lap to go. But I think they've just got to be in a position to really try and maybe hold off for the first bit, but stay towards, if you're a competitive runner, stay towards the front as long as possible.
Yeah, I need to try and stay in a group at the front rather than letting someone break away too early, because it's not long enough, quite long enough to catch them.
So we're just getting ready under starters orders there. Add the whistle. A little bit of a delay there on the 600, but we've got, as I said, the girls warming up on the high jump, just the side there. So again, they will be probably after reach a certain height before that, but there's quite a few girls competing in that. So the starting height is 110, record 130. Will we see the record go as a 600 boys start here? I love it. They just sprint off at the start. It's like just be in the lead.
Yeah, trying to get out the way of not tripping each other up as they start.
Yeah. So really strong start here. I'm not sure who. I can't quite see. Oh, he's also running in lane 2.
Can't quite see who's at the beginning of that race. So Vine Hall at the front there as well.
Yeah, Vine Hall and not quite sure who that was.
St Andrews, I think, maybe? Oh, someone thought it was a 200 metres there,
Yeah.
so just been encouraged to run another lap.
Yeah.
Good, Bertie. Keep on his
That happened the other week at K2 as well, so
I know it's
hopefully
that.
they've still got something
some-
left
some
in the
energy.
tank to finish for the one more lap.
And it looks like we've just got the is it the Ardingly runner? He's just looks a bit be Rex from Ardingly. He's just now taking it on ahead of the runners from Vine Hall and St Andrews.
Another Hastings.
Okay. So we're trying to work out here. Where the current record holder is a B Hastings, and this is R Hastings running. We don't know if they're related. We're going to try and find out. In fact, this could be perfect. There's an Ardingly member of staff coming.
Come on, Bertie!
So I can tell you that we just found out Rex is, he's trying to beat his brother's time. We're just going to find out if it's a record.
Tom from Hurst finishing strongly there as well.
Oh, good run by Tom to take second place. And a great run by the Hazelwood runner, Max, as well. So we'll try and find out if that's a bit of brotherly competition there.
Can we have the long jumpers, please?
God, imagine going home and telling your brother you've absolutely beaten his time. We'll wait and see.
We'll wait on here on the time.
Long jumpers, we still need some long jumpers.
The suspense is killing me here. See, so great run there by Rex. We'll wait and find out if he's beaten his brother. He looks absolutely shattered now. Fair play to him.
Yeah, good run from them all.
Let's look at more at the under 10 girls high jump.
Under 11.
Under 11s, yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one. So another one of the oldest records on the circuit, 1 metre 30, 1991. So still waiting to see what the time is there.
Javelin throwers, Great Ballard, Hurst, Andrews. I think the Hurst boys just run the 600, so it'll be really short.
Very, very tired. So he's getting ready for the long jump as well. The under 10 boys long jump. Record for that is 4 metres and 08. 4 metres 08. His surname is very hard to say because he competed here for so long on everything. It was Zachary Nwogwu from Vine Hall, and I was actually there when he broke that record, and he smashed it.
Can we have the competitors, please, for the 200 metres D proportion to the march in the area? That's
So just waiting to hear for that final time.
under 10 and 200 metre runners, please come to the march in the area.
Bit of a delay because I think there was quite a few that finished in a cluster, wasn't there? There's about
Yeah.
5 or 6 that were very close to one another.
Yeah. Photo finish on the 600 metres.
So yeah, got to be done. So we look at the under 10 boys. Long jump here. I think they're just starting to get ready. They're not actually jumping yet, but just probably doing some run-ups and just do some run-throughs and practice.
200 metres. Boys under 10, 200 metre runners to the marshalling area.
So obviously really important they get their run-up sorted perfectly. Bit of shade down at the high jump though for the under the trees. They've just got to avoid being run over by the 600 metre runners.
They're looking like they're ready to start the 600s, the girls.
I think they're just waiting for their timekeepers to finish off those. Because about 12:13 in that race. So
Yeah, all the competitors starting to come in for the 200 metres as well after that.
So we'll flick back to that in a second as we just watch again what looks like the start of the competition for the under 10 boys here. They're almost ready to get going. Still actually 40 seconds before they should start. I think high jump started a bit early.
That's because it always takes a very long time, so probably just getting ahead of the game is not the worst thing in
Because
the world
everyone's
there.
so good at it. It looks like they're starting to get ready then. Timekeeper's almost there. A lot of numbering going on there. March is taking control. Yeah, what happens if there are more than 8 of them?
The result of the 600 metres C under 10 boys. First was Rex Hastings, starting line 1 minute 58.44.
And it's confirmed there that Rex didn't break the record. He was just over 3 seconds slower than his brother, but I'm sure at his speed, maybe not as hot a day, he might be able to get them.
Next year, maybe.
Well, he won't be able to do it next year, will he?
No. Moves up to the 800.
He'll be too old.
Who's got that?
Good question. Got to be able to find it first, haven't we? M. Webb. 2:42. That's quick. Okay, and I think we're just getting ready to start. We just had the green flag from the timekeepers, so they'll be under starters' orders in a second now.
William Black from Brighton for the long jump, please.
And again, looks to just be a single heat here, so it'll be a straight final.
Oh, Minnie's gone off quick.
Apparently we might have 2 races in this. Actually, yeah, it does look like, according to that, I thought they put them all together. So, is this Minnie's gone off straight there?
Yeah.
I think hopefully they'll start to realise they can break into the inside lane now.
Maybe Mr. Dewey can shout at them to tell them they can break. Go, some of the girls there just not quite sure that they can break, so running in their lanes, breaking in now to the inside lane.
So Minnie Garson at the front there of hers, closely followed by the competitor from Brighton College. And then a little gap between those two to the chasing pack, but again, as we saw in that first 1500, a lot can change over that final couple of meters. This is the real local rivalry here, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like it could be quite a good competition
Yeah,
between those two if they both hang on together.
Yeah, Auden really pushing Minnie there, and then Minnie just pushing back as well. So we'll be able to see, will they be able to, well, will Minnie hold off the competition there for that last bit?
Last 150 metres as they go past the high jump.
So again, looks like they're really
Here we go. Who's got the finish
Yeah,
here?
looks like Auden from Brighton College there has just managed to push round and inside. Really strong finish as well. If we try and get on the home straight. There we go.
Minnie kicking in again here in second, trying to catch up.
It's trying to kick back, but
Really
it'll be
good
really
fight
tough.
in third, fourth and fifth as well, coming back.
Really solid run by both those runners there. Obviously, it will be a graded final, so again, really nice to be able to push each other on as we look at third, fourth. They come in. We're going to have a little photo finish.
There we go.
Great
Westbourne.
finish by the Westbourne House competitor. He's just overtaken the Great Woolstead runner there. So really solid run.
Right, Mr. Chadwell, I'm going to bow out of your commentary and leave you
enjoy.
to it.
Have a lovely rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to the
You too.
relays. They're going to be
Yeah,
the one.
we've got heats for the relays as well. So we've got
Double relays.
yeah, double relays.
Perfect. Right, well, have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you very much.
So just here as we watch a bit of the under-10s long jump as well, really good. I don't know if we hopefully be able to track this. So we'll track this as it goes on throughout the day. As you just wait for the second heat of the 600, just waiting for the times coming in.
That was amazing. Are you happy? Yeah. Good girl. Right, go get yourself some water, okay? Well done. Good girl. Is that Nick Forrest? Scott, can you just change it to one?
So as we get ready for the second heat of the 600, I think the timers are almost ready to go. They're given the green flag, which is the universal signal of let's get cracking. So into this second heat now, again, you can see them really pushing off fast. What will happen towards the end of the day, we'll see. So in this second race, lots of good competitors here. So we can see as they start to come through, the Hazelwood runner Matilda, just leading them out at the moment, closely followed by the Winnersham runner Christina. So good start. And then the Burgess Hill runner as well, it was Ivy. No, sorry, it's Evie. Ivy is from Brighton Girls. So again, just the 1.5 laps here. Really hot temperatures, tough temperatures to run in, but the girls have done a fantastic job so far of just keeping up. And we have some really highly competitive races, which is great to see in terms of watching all the athletes push one another. They're still out in front at the moment is Matilda, closely followed by, well, now just being overtaken now by Christina. Going to be a really tight finish now, I think, between Evie and Matilda and Christina as they go around there.
Winner takes all. So if you've won the whole thing, broke the world record, but then no jump in the last one, but I jumped 1 metre, I beat you.
So a really strong run here by the Winnersham runner. As we see her come through now, Christina, she looks to have judged it really well. Really powering away as she goes around that final bend.
Come on, Christina. You got it. You're always there. Go on, come on, come on. You're always there.
Matilda trying to push back, but I think Christina's really judged this well. Remember, it's a graded final.
Come on. Always there. Come on, you got it, you got it, you got it.
As it looks like Christina's got it. Being chased down second place for the Burgess Hill athlete, Evie. Well done, Evie, really well run there. And then third place for Matilda.
Awesome, well done.
So a really competitive run there from all the girls.
No,
As you just see Isla coming in now to finish. So a bit more of the under 10 long jump, under 10 boys long jump. The record here is just over 4 meters. 4 meters and 8 by Zach a couple of years ago, 2016. So we'll probably try and stay with this for a little bit. There's quite a few competitors in this. Again, a really popular event. We're not back on the track for a little bit. The 200 meters will be next. So again, all the points here about speed into the board. If we can get really good height as well. Kicking those feet out in front of us towards the end to try and get those last couple of centimetres. And I think just we're about to, the next jump will be the competitor from Vinehall, which is Charlie. So Charlie from Vinehall looks like he's ready to go on the track on the tartan run up. So again, good speed into the board. He's going to try and turn that into height. Nice. Good. Oh, he's just very unlucky though. He's just fallen back a little bit. It will be measured from the backmost point, but yeah, unlucky there, Charlie. But it's good speed into the board and good height as well. Looks like the competitor from Westbourne House. Really good speed into the board there from that young man. And back over to the high jump for the girls. Again, just like they're just starting the, well, probably a bit of time through that first competition as we watch the Windlesham House long jumper. A good speed in there, just wanted to try and probably get a little bit more height. But yeah, we're loving being able to bring you all the different coverage around our athletics today. Shame we can't, if we hoping to sort of look at getting our javelin, etc. done, but again, we've seen a bit of the cricket ball earlier today, and there's a little bit more of that going on now as well, which might catch a bit of. But yeah, great to be able to have the high jump and also the long jump covered too. So watch the Hurst competitor. Good clearance there. Yeah, good clearance by Bo. Just unlucky there from the Seafood competitor who's just knocked it off there. But again, it's one of those ones where you get the heights, get over it, and then just have a bit of a timing issue almost with getting those hips up.
Results of the grade final of the 600 metres D, that's the girls under 10 600. First was Christina Foster from Windlesham House, 2 minutes 17.56. Second was Gordon Roy from Brighton College, 19.46. And the third was
So just getting the results through of that 600 metres there. So first in the grade final was Christina Foster from Windlesham, second Alden Boy from Brighton, and third Evie from Burgess Hill. So really well done to those three, but well done to all the athletes there, because again, a really gruelling race in this sort of heat. Oh, unlucky there. So the final two competitor just clipping it with her heels. So again, it's about getting those hips up, and then after that, getting those legs uplifted afterwards.
Can we have the last call, please, for Jordan Davis of Seaford and James Hanson?
So probably, I would say, about the second round of these two events. Especially in the long jump with their third and final jump, but then they also get the fourth jump if they want to. Oh, but a cricket ball throw. That looks like it's gone absolutely miles. Let's have a look. Cricket ball. Who have we got for the cricket ball? I think it's the under 11 boys. Under 11 boys cricket ball record is 51.52, and it looks like we're ready on track for the 200. So we'll get ready for that. So the first to run in the 200 is going to be the under 10 girls. So we're just about to start with the under 10 girls, and we'll flick that over to you in a second.
Come to the Larson area as well, so that's event 33, 200 metres boys, sorry, 200 metres girls, 200, event 34, 200 metres A, that's the under 11 boys, 200. Please come to the Larson area now.
So just watching a little bit more of the long jump as we get ready for the track. I think they're under starters orders now, so any second now will bring you the start of the under 10 girls 200. Here we go. So 3 heats, top 8 qualify for the final later this afternoon. And again, they're off first time there. And this is very similar to the 300 earlier. You get to the point just around this top bend when you can really see it. Really strong run from the Great Woolstead runner in about lane 6 or 7. I believe it to be Phoebe. This looks like it's going to be tight as they come around this turn. They'll all be quite close. And it looks like Chloe from Hurst is currently in the lead, but a real good chase back from Holly from Hazelwood. And we'll see, can Chloe hold on to it? She looks like she's just pulling away slightly. And second place, I think second place there for Holly. And third just for Great Wolves. We'll probably try and bring you a replay. Here we go. That last bit. So coming from Hurst, really coming through in first place. What great strong run from her. And it looks like Holly just does enough to hold off Phoebe. Yeah, I think so. I think that's just going to be enough for her there. But it really, what Phoebe did great there is obviously because it's a heat, top 8 go through. So that might be fast enough to take her through to the final. So I will try again and see if we get any more records brought over to me.
Lovely afternoon out for you,
Good speed as well into the board again for that young man. So into the second heat now of the under 10 girls 200. Competitors from Windlesham, Skippers Hill, Oakwood, Ardingly, Westbourne and Farlington. And they're off there in the first time there, and a really strong start from the Westbourne House athlete there. So Neve with a really powerful start, looking to pull away here. Again, probably needs to think about the final later, being able to hold on for there, but a really competitive start by Oakwood as well. It looks to be like Oakwood currently leading, but we're close between them and Westbourne. Be a tight finish. Oh. I think that Roseanne has just held on there from Neve. But I've got no way of telling. Just like right down, let's see. I think looking at how they've lined them up, I think they're giving it to Neve from Westbourne House. So well on Neve, and a really strong run as well by Roseanne as well. So well done to those two. You'd like to think that that pace are probably through to the final, and they can race off against each other again next time. Later on this afternoon, that'll be. So third and final heat of the under 10 girls. Competitors from Brighton Girls, Brighton College, St Andrews, Prebendal and Copthorne. Penthorpe, sorry, not Prebendal. I've just got the letters. I'm being mocked on live TV. So third and final heat about to start of the 200. Girls just in their line, ready to go. A really quick start there by the athlete in lane 3. Up on the shoulder of her other competitors very quickly there. Which looks to be like B from St Andrews. Lots of support for B there. Hopefully he doesn't get distracted by them. A couple of competitors in the same lane there, but we'll ignore that. Really strong run by B from St Andrews, and looks like she'll take first place. Hopefully it'll be enough to get her into the final. So top 8 obviously qualify for the final later today. So again, just coming towards the end of the under-10 boys long jump. See a few more of our Hurst Senior School athletes coming out to support now. So again, really good speed in. Really nice height. And we're now on to the under-10 boys 200 meters. Again, a couple of heats in this one, so hopefully we will see some really fast times, but also the kids, the athletes, keeping something in the tank for the finals later today. So I can tell you that for the under 10 boys 200, there were 2 races by the looks of it, and 8 qualify for the final again. So if you're in the top sort of 3 or 4 in your race, you'd like to think you get through. So again, really good start for the Westbourne House runner, Freddie, in lane 3. And actually on the inside of him, from Seaford, Jordan with a great start as well. And in fact as well, Maxwell inside from Hazelwood. So I think it's going to be between, it's about 3 or 4 of them that are going to be really pushing for it. It looks to be as if the Seaford runner is going to take it. Oh, I said that too soon. Great timing of the fine little push there by Freddie from Westbourne House. And I think he's taken that first place of this heat, and Jordan in second place from Seaford. But obviously remember that the 2 of those you'd like to think will qualify for the final. So opportunity for Jordan to get his revenge in the gold medal match later. So what's brilliant, you get the opportunity when you're not competing, obviously you're out for the whole day a lot of the time. So you can sit there and go and see your friends competing, have a chat with them, give them that support. And you can see there's a group of the Vine Hall boys with one of their coaches at the long jump, just supporting, no doubt, one of their other competitors. As you watch the Oakwood competitor now. Again, really trying to drive into the board, get that height off the board. And again, he's just dropped on his feet there to a little run down. I think he knew it was a no jump. Okay, second heat of the 200 metres under 10 boys now. Runners from Penthorpe, Dorset House, St Andrews, Hurst, Great Woolstead, Brighton College and Copthorne. So under starters orders then, just slight distraction there with the announcement, but we'll be getting into it now. So second heat, top 8 qualify for the final later today, and they're off again then that time. Looks to be a really strong start by Ethan from Brighton. Max from Copthorne, just sort of the two of those really pulling away. But yeah, it looks at the moment like Ethan and Max, the ones to watch in this race. Really pushing through. I don't know who's going to get it. I think, to be honest, they can both probably expect to run in the final later. So good run there by Ethan to win that heat, and then Max in second. I think third place can be tight between those Great Woolstead and Penthorpe runners. But yeah, so really great run by Ethan and Max. Ethan just hanging on, but again, and similar to that first race, there'll be that opportunity in the final, you would presume, for those two to have a go at it again. So the Pendle athlete here in the under 10 long jump, William Smith. Just getting himself ready to go. See. There he goes. Trying to maintain that speed into the pit. And get some good height. Didn't quite get those leg extensions out in front of him. Got some good height there as he came off the board. So our high jump expert officials have managed to rattle through almost, I'd say, most of it, but I think they're going back to one of the athletes who just had to run the 200 and is back. There's our whistle for the start of the 2. Under 11 girls, so expecting to have 2 heats here. Again, same rules. Run the fastest time, fastest 8 through to the final. Athletes from Hazelwood, Seaford, Westbourne, that's the wrong one, Seaford, Ardenley, Windlesham, Skippers Hill, Penthorpe, Burgess Hill girls, Hancross Park and Hazelwick. And again, a really strong start. Again, from the Burgess Hill runner, really powerful start. Hopefully she'll be able to maintain that pace through the bend and go on. So that's Meg, I'm presuming, Mog from Burgess Hill, leading at the moment. The Ardenley runner just in the inside lane, second lane with a cap, chasing her down. A really strong run by Mog there, and also by Penny from Ardingly. So you expect those two to go through, but top 8 go through. So even if you're 3rd or 4th in the race, go through, hopefully, to the final. If at any point I have mispronounced name or just said completely the wrong name, apologies. It's just because that's the names I've got on my sheet. So I'm just having to try and trust them. They're really tight in 3rd and 4th place there. Hazelwick just ahead of Windlesham there. But again, this is only qualifying for the final, so you'd think top 8 going through to the final across the 2 races. Good speeding by the Westbourne runner. Just diving headfirst into the pit. That's one way of doing it. So into the second heat of the under 11 girls.
First
So we're just into the 200 metre second heat. I've got another co-commentator. This is my first student commentator today. I've floated last time. Luke Willard, you tell us about yourself.
Oh, he's ex-student nearly.
Ex-student,
Pretty
nearly.
much.
Still paying fees.
Yeah, just about.
So Luke, you're in upper sixth here at Hurst, and so you just come out here to help today?
Yeah, came down, finished all our exams, so got nothing else to do. Came down, helped out with the athletics.
Get a t-shirt, you know, it's
Yeah, get
all
a
worth
t-shirt,
it.
free lunch.
Yeah, free lunch. So really good run there by Fleur from Oakwood, who's again probably going to qualify for the final, we'd like to hope. Luke, what was your middle no, it's not really middle distance, it's like the 400, that's what you're doing.
I've been told that I'd be a good 400 metre runner, but I flat out refused. And 100 metres was what ended up with this season.
What's your PB for the 100?
100 metres, 11.6.
11, that's all right. That's quicker than...
K2 last ever. Well, after no training in 400 metre races.
Who was timing though?
Who was timing?
Because Mr. Champion, when he times, he's horrendous.
He's horrendous.
I know. It's like there's Timmy from Arden, he was rapid anyway, but he clocked him at like 8 seconds or something. No,
yeah,
not
10.6.
So what have you been doing today then? How have you been helping out?
Walking all the runners down to their events, taking them down to the start lines, 100 metres, 1500 metres. Just doing a lot of walking, really.
The race can start without you.
Exactly. I'm a core member of the organisation of a race.
Organisational. Have you been impressed with what you did? You ever compete in this when you were at prep school? Or
no, I don't think Hazelwood were invited to this at prep school. I think more of a new addition. Yeah.
Is that the Hazelwood that are here today?
Yeah.
Oh right, nice.
It's been some of my old rugby coaches, which is very strange.
Who's that?
Mr. Ray, who is who
used to work at Hurst.
Yeah, used to work at Hurst.
Yeah.
He's the director of sport at Hazelwood.
Oh nice. So he coached you rugby?
He did. Yeah. He coached my year eight first team rugby at Hazelwood. Which
do you know he used to be quite good at rugby?
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah. He was he I played like Scotland age groups or something. It's not quite England age groups, but
of course not quite England.
No.
Could be
anyway,
worse. Could be Welsh.
We can't say that. Over to the under 11s boys 200. 2 heats again. We've got competitors here from Westbourne, Ardenline, Windlesham, Skippers Hill, Handcross Park and Vinehall. Who's your money on? You're going to be the expert.
Oh, I haven't seen these boys run. No Hurst people in this race, so...
yeah, you can't just go for the Hurst person.
Yeah, well,
you opt out.
No, I'd back the boys. Ardingly runners are always very fast.
Yeah. So you won't know many of these prep schools because you won't see them compete. They're not senior schools as well, are they? So
yeah, no, I haven't heard of some of them.
We're just waiting for, I think we have the green flag from our timers. We're doing a great job today. The most important thing is that it all runs to time.
And no dodgy timing like at K2.
Well, you do get the right result because we've got the iPad that does the at the end.
Photo finish.
The photo finish at the end.
Really rapid start from lane 1.
Yeah, so that's Westbourne House. So Oscar, really strong start in lane 1.
Lane 2's fading a little bit at the start. Might bring it back.
That's where you had your money as well.
Oh, mine's Ardingly.
Yeah, that's lane 2, lane 3. So I think it's going to be between Yoshi from Vinehall and then also Oscar from Westbourne. Really pushing each other. Oh, it's tight as it goes past us, yeah. See, I think Westbourne House just.
And second, third and fourth is very close as well.
Yeah, and again, what's really important is that they don't even need to win this race. As long as they get through to the final, top 8 through to the final, and then there's that opportunity for them to really go with everything they've got left just at the end there. I think it's a tight one.
That was very close. Bit of an early lunge from lane 2.
Yeah. I think that's Handcross Park just ahead of Windlesham.
Great, close racing. We like to see.
Yeah, that's what the fans pay to see.
Yeah.
They don't pay to hear us, I'm sorry to break it to you.
You sure about that?
You've done a bit of long jump.
Yes, long jump was my long jump and high jump back in year 9 and 10.
So what would you be coaching these boys if they were?
It's all about speed at takeoff.
Yeah.
The jump itself isn't what gets you the distance, but how fast you are when you hit the board. So a lot of athletes will slow down when they get close to the board and they're about to jump to make sure they have a power in their jump.
Yeah.
And in reality, you need to make sure you're quick onto the board.
Just go speed up through the board, and then it's about finding some sort of way of staying in the air for as long as possible. So the idea of keeping your feet out in front of you so you don't just drop down and land nicely. But what was it? the record here was 4:08. You got that in the tank?
I hope so. I hope I have 4:08 in a prep school meet.
It's a long-standing record. Well, it's only actually 5-year-long old record.
I think I went over 5.5, 5.5
in prep school.
No, not in prep
No,
school.
last week.
Yeah.
As a fully grown man. Right, so I think we're getting ready for we've got the second heat of the 200, then we're on to our first finals of the day, which is when it becomes confusing because I don't have the list of everyone's names and I have to pretend that I know who everyone is. Ooh, running in a cap.
Brave option, extra downforce.
Very scientific. Did you do physics at A-level?
Oh, how could you guess, sir?
Did you actually?
Yeah.
I know you did maths, but didn't know physics. Right, so over we go to the final race of 200. There's our starter. Centre of attention, clearly.
And they're off.
We've got a Hurst runner in this one. You're going to vote for them this time?
I has to, surely.
Support the
Another
boys.
good start. I think that's lane 1, having a very good run down the inside.
Yep, and that's Zach from Hazelwood.
Yeah, Hazelwood. Or lane 2, sorry.
Yeah, you're not
running away
them.
with it.
You're not
Look at him
spotting
go.
them.
Not even in the camera shot.
So a really strong run by Zach.
He
It's
should be a
like a
favourite
young Luke Willard, this.
Yeah, well, it should be favourite for the hurdles as well, I've heard, on good authority.
Is that what
Favourite for
Mr. Ray said?
Yeah, favourite for victory in the hurdles.
Well, Zach has absolutely blown the competition away there.
Fantastic.
Could be on for a double medal. I think, based on last year, they do, at the end of the day, have a Victor and, was it the Victor and the Victrix
best
Ludorum?
athlete.
I know they do that for...
Sports Day, don't they?
Yeah, I think they do have them because they're named after David Clark, or one of them's named after David Clark, who actually ran the event before Mr. Kift. But yeah, so the opportunity, if he's going to win a couple of things, then potentially walk away with that.
Good candidate for it.
Yeah. What's to do? Hello. So this is what's the last little bit of the under 10 long jump. Trying to think what time the next one starts. I presume about 2:40. 2:45 is the next round of field events, which is going to be the under 10 girls high jump, under 11 boys long jump, under 11 girls rounders ball, under 11 girls discus, under 11 boys shot, and under 10 boys javelin. When did you first throw a discus or a shot put? Did you get the chance to do it at prep school?
Not at prep school. I think it's sort of year 9. I've sort of had this, had a little run at shot put. Gave it a little dabbled at shot put.
Yeah.
But I've never got my head around how to throw a javelin, I have to say. That's
Same as a cricket ball. Can you throw a cricket ball though?
Just about.
Just about. Okay, that's fine then. Right, our next race is going to be the 70 metres hurdle final for the under 11 girls, followed by the under 11 boys. The record is 13.6. So you seem to think that Zach, who just ran in the 200, is also favourite for the hurdles?
Yeah, so I've heard. Apparently he's quite quick over them. So hopefully look out for his name.
Well, the record is 12.10. Is he going to be able to beat that?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. That is a hell of a record.
Just trying to find the times for... Sorry, the runners for this. So I think they're heading over now. If we can sort of get them coming down the track as the under 11 girls hurdles. Apparently, all I need to know is Lila. Is that the one we're worried about, Mr. D?
Well, Hazelwood contestant in there as well. Athlete.
Contestant number 1.
It's a talent show.
Yeah, there was actually, we had some complaints earlier. When you were walking the people over to 1500, they weren't sure if you were one of the athletes. And you looked like you were treading on the kids. You know? So the girls just now heading down to the start for the final. I can tell you the competitors in the final are Lottie, I haven't got a school there for Lottie, Amber from Brighton College, Florence from Great Walstead, Valentina from Oakwood, Aisha from Hazelwood, Imperia from Windlesham, Lila from Hurst, and Anna from Ardingly. And again, the one on the outside, don't worry about that. That is an adult. Well, not an adult, still a student, but
not competing.
No, but Flo was the first student commentator we had on one of them. She wants to go into radio broadcasting in the future.
Perfect start commentating at the K2, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah, with such an experienced commentator like myself. It's a real joy.
Absolute honour and privilege.
I know. I think I was going to say your school career won't get any better than this, but it literally won't because it's the last thing.
This is the end of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is the end. You going to come back for sports day?
Oh, definitely, sir. Need to be competing in the relay. Can't let the house down.
Well, who's your relay team going to be? Red Cross be quite good. You?
Oh, I think we're going to go for myself, ex-house captain and ex-vice house captain Tom Richards will be taking
Nice.
part as well. Samuel Clark, quite a rapid individual.
JP?
Ollie Owens, if it's downhill leg, we'll give it to Jamie Phillips.
I reckon he can. I've seen him. He can shift when he
He
needs
does
to.
when he gets going. Ollie Owens, unfortunately, is paper mache hamstrings, so he won't be able to compete.
Well, we usually have a staff team, but there was one year where 3 out of the 4 actually tore their hamstrings. So we'll just wait for the. I'm not sure where the starter's gone. We'll see if we've got any field events going on at the moment. Doesn't look high jump looks pretty quiet at the moment. We've got some long jumps still going.
Looks like the ball thrower is gearing up to start. Looks like they're doing some admin over there.
Doing the admin. So I think we'll be coming to the final 8 of the long jump. They've just worked out who those final 8 are. They got one more jump. So it was just a chat earlier. Imagine, what do you think's better? So they qualify and then they get one jump, or all 4 jumps count.
Ooh, that is quite. Because if you fail on your last jump, that means you're out of contention entirely.
Yeah.
That is quite harsh.
Yeah, I know. You could win it by 4 meters and then just suddenly lose that. But we wouldn't do it that way. That's too unfair. It's too tough.
Fluffy.
So you can't hear that. So basically, there's a microphone down there, and one of the kids just walks past it and just gone, "Ooh, fluffy." Everyone, all our viewers at home can hear that, but you haven't got a set of headphones. So probably, I'd say, about 2 minutes away from the start of the final. It's our first final of the day. I've got to be able to see these names.
Are you much of an athletics person yourself, sir, in your younger days?
Not anymore. I used to do some triple jump. That was about it. I wasn't quick enough to do like long jump and running. I could run for a while, but
triple jump's quite a taxing event.
it's just very technical. So
Yeah.
that's why you can get away with it. I think we're almost ready to start here.
Yes, under starters' orders.
Yeah. Oh. To the wider angle. Oh.
Full start.
Had a false start there. No double gun. So Mr. May was down there sorting that out, and he's disappeared.
Yeah, where has Mr. May gone?
I don't know. We could try and spot him. Yeah, so I think we were saying it's quite, especially at the start, they've got used to it now, but it's quite difficult for the kids when they haven't been started with a gun before.
Yeah, we did come across that issue a couple of times already with we're moving a couple of athletes to the outside lane because they're standing in lane 1 right next to the gun. And it's quite loud.
Quite scary there.
Yeah, especially if you haven't had that before.
The best one is towards the end. I don't know if they do it this year because of COVID, it's spread out, but when they do the relays from here, there's always a load of the kids that will just stand there and wait till the gun goes off and then just pretend to fall over and be shot. Usually good 20, 15 of them, 10, 15 of them. So here we go into the first final of the day. It looks to be a good start by the Oakwood run in the middle and as well by the Great Woolstead runner here.
It's our 2-horse race at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like
Hazelwood coming in 3rd place at the moment. See if they can hold on to that.
Florence and Valentina. Looks like Florence just going to hold on. So really good run there by all the competitors. I think we're going to give the win there to Florence and Great Woolstead. So well on Florence, and then Valentina from Oakwood in 2nd place. And Hazelwood holding on for 3rd, was it?
Yeah, it looks like.
And Aisha from Hazelwood holding on to 3rd. So really well run by those lot. And again, it's once you get into that final, it's just that opportunity to obviously take home the gold medal, but that's when the nerves come in. How do you deal with nerves? You play a lot of sport yourself, so rugby as well. How do you deal with those preparation nerves. It'd be quite good for some of these kids to sort of hear that.
I think it's quite unique for athletics as well because it's an individuals event. So all your nerves, you feel like everyone's watching you.
Yeah.
Perhaps with rugby, it's more you're in a group, so you might have nerves as a team, but the nerves are shared amongst others. It's quite unique for athletics, really, being the idea that everyone's watching you.
Yeah, no, exactly, and I think as well because often you don't see the same athletes on this occasion. They won't have raced these guys before, so they don't know how they're going to get on.
Yeah, going in blind, something that probably makes it worse than knowing sort of who you're racing against.
Yeah, definitely. Right, let's go through the start list for the under 11 boys 70-metre hurdles final. So Henry from Dorset House, Rollo from Oakwood, Mikey from Seaford, Zach, your favourite, from Hazelwood, Vincent from Brighton College, Archie from Copthorne, Will from Hurst, and I'm going to struggle to say this name, it's really bad, Eltherosi from St Andrews. So I think they probably line them up based on time. So the middle lanes will be the quicker times we tend to see.
Yeah, usually the case.
Which makes sense then with Zach in lane 4 if you think he's the...
Yeah, well, I've heard on good authority, perhaps biased authority.
I've never referred to Mark Ray as good authority.
We're about to find out.
We'll see. £100.
This is evidence of his authority.
Yeah. Right, so as these boys get ready to go again, second final of the day for the hurdles. Not the first medals we've handed out. 12:10 the record, if we're looking to try and beat that. And Jim, our starter, getting them ready. And you can see them just jolting around a little bit nervous.
A couple of twitches in lane 1. Change your foot position.
Restarting lane 1 again. It's just that, it's those nerves, isn't it? You're just getting yourself ready.
That idea of being so ready to run, you're twitching, you're ready to go. And
Exactly.
they hold you for so long.
The adrenaline. But again, it's good learning curve for them just to sort of understand that this is like if they went to, well, as they develop and go through to higher competitions and stuff, that there's that they've got to be still the whole time. They're off this time.
Strong start
Good
from everyone by looks of it. All with a tumble from the Hurst.
Oh, was that because of a little stutter as well? Looks to be
It's
the
very tight.
Brighton College runner currently.
Oh, he's got it on the line. What a race.
Well, we'll have to have a replay of that. It looks to me like Zach has taken first just ahead of Vincent from Brighton College, and then Rollo in third from...
It was a big stutter from the Brighton College runner in the last hurdle.
Yeah, they really good runner. I think
it was very close.
On every single step of the way, I think every single runner had like a small little hitch, but just the way they continued the whole way through is really important.
Very well recovered from Zach. So the third or fourth hurdle, he hit it pretty full on and managed to stay on his feet and
I think
the win in the end.
Exactly. I think, like you say, a hurdle is a very technical event. So if they're able to just keep going through with that and actually get back in some sort of rhythm, then they're actually able to probably continue on. Whereas if you hit the first hurdle and you lose your rhythm, it becomes quite difficult.
And so you'd rather also have it, if you were to hit a hurdle, have it in the first half of the race, because then you have that chance to get your momentum back, get your rhythm back, rather than having it at the last one and you will sort of stumble over the line.
Yeah, I agree. So we've got a bit more high jump going on here. 1.17 m is a record here for the under 10 girls. I think I could do 1.17 m.
High jump was my preferred event back in the day, 2 years ago.
I like the way just like you've said, yeah, I do a bit of 400, don't really like it. So I did sprinting. Oh yeah, long jump, yeah. And is there anything you don't do?
Don't do them very well.
I don't do them. What is it? Jack of all trades, master of all, none.
Yeah, something like that, sir.
So our next events on track are in a little bit. I don't know what they are. Oh, relays. They're my favourite event.
Relay heats, yeah.
Yeah, relay heats first, in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Only real team event in a athletics meet.
Yeah, I mean, often you'll get the. If we'll stick with the rounders ball for a little bit here. So this is the under 11 girls final. The record in the under 11 girls rounders ball final is 42 meters 33 centimeters. Thrown in 2017. That's quite a long way.
Yeah, that is a very long way.
Yeah.
Very impressive throw.
And you see the final few competitors in the high jump there for the under 10 girls. Always get quite confused with the vests. I swear when I was at prep school, we didn't have anywhere near as nice kit.
Yes.
They do.
The I was actually speaking about this to Mr. Ray earlier. The Hazelwood kit has all sort of pretty much changed the year I left. The year after I left Hazelwood in year 8, pretty much the next year they brought in all this new kit,
All
all
the
this
nice
new
stuff.
Yeah, it looks fantastic now. I was running around on a rugby pitch with probably about half a kilo of cotton on me.
Yeah. Stop making it sound like, just to confirm that Luke is only about 18 years old. It's not as if he's playing in the 1970s or something. So as we watch a bit of, this looks like the Farlington thrower. Good height on that.
Very good height. Good distance as well.
Yeah, about
For a standing throw, it's quite impressive.
about 24 meters, I'd say there. 23. My watch is just telling me I have to stand up. This is governed by technology. Oh. The issue is that I can't see.
Like the great Murray Walker, sir. Always standing up for his commentary.
Standing up, is that what he does? The whole race?
He did, yeah.
Oh my God.
He'd stand up and commentate. It's quite lively.
50 laps of round Monaco doing that. The only thing is I can't then see the screen, so I've just got to keep dipping back in and forth. So we'll be heading for the relays in the next bit. What do you guys work on when you? Because you had to break the Diamond League record last time, didn't you?
We did indeed, yeah.
So what are you guys talking about when you choose who's running which leg and decide what's going on?
So typically your best runner actually runs second because you can get the most distance out of them because you can collect the baton early, give it back late, and it's straight as well. But
is this you saying this is where you run?
that was in fact where I ran.
Oh,
But
right, yeah.
in our case, because of our competition, we put our faster runner on 4.
Yeah.
Because as we mentioned, Timmy earlier, he just because of how fast he was, or how fast he is, we had to put our quickest runner on 4 to try and hold him off, which we managed to do once, which was only just.
It was a fantastic race. I think you can watch it back online.
We can
with
indeed.
my commentary. Just
Unfortunately,
being like, I've got no idea.
my leg didn't get into the video because we were in one of the inside lanes. By the time the second leg was handed over, the film crew were filming the 2 in front of me.
Oh God!
And I wasn't in the shot.
Well, just at the moment, they can hear what we're saying.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it. Could have got me in. I was literally. You saw my arm swinging in the background. It was.
I'll have a word with the producer.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. At this time, we should also thank CheersMate Productions for coming in, spending the day filming with us. And it's great, obviously, give the opportunity for a lot of these athletes and also with the parents who can't make it to be able to watch it. As we watch the Penthorpe athlete there.
1-0 Czech Republic.
It's 1-0 to the Czech Republic, by the way, guys.
I've just heard that,
yeah. They're playing Scotland. That's in our group.
Yeah.
Did you watch yesterday?
I was working, unfortunately, but I kept up to date with the score.
I was playing golf. I don't really care until if we get to the semi-finals, I'll care.
I think it'll be a miracle if we get to semi-finals, as every year. We look good on paper, but
that one came out of the back of the hand a little bit there.
A little slip, that one.
Yeah. So you've seen the funny side of it. Yeah, we've got to play the winner. Well, if we win our group, we play the loser of the group with Portugal, Germany, and who else is in it? France.
Yeah, France, Portugal, Germany.
I just went shouted in my ear. France. It's France. Hello, Miller. So we've got a little bit more high jump going on. Again, looks to be the last couple of competitors in that under 10 girls. What height is that from here? Can you tell?
It looks like it'll be about
110.
What did you say they were on last? The last one was on 105. Did you say?
Well, I said the record.
Starting height for the finals is normally about 1 meter.
Starting height was 90 centimeters.
90. That'll probably be about 110, 115 maybe now.
So it's just coming towards the relays now. Again, what they'll do is, because there's so many teams obviously entering a set of athletes into that, they're actually running the first heats, and then they'll find top 8 as well. We'll come back for the finals to finish off the day.
Quite unique to this competition that we have finals on the same day as the sort of the heats. Makes it sort of one very packed day for some athletes who are perhaps jacks of all trades and quite good at all their events.
Yeah, I think they are limited in terms of how many they're allowed to do. But mainly to stay around the medals, because you get some athletes at this age that will just dominate.
Yeah.
I think, but also as well, it always tends to be boiling hot. So it's you don't want to be running 800, 1500.
I'm surprised that there's a 1500 event. I think to make a prep school run 1500 meters in this kind of weather is only something Mr. Kift could think of.
Ethically not fair, yeah. I think anyone having to run that yesterday. There was a load of there was a triathlon yesterday, which a load of
I've heard, yeah,
staff entered into. And there was apparently one of the Windlesham coaches. He might watch this back. Apparently, he did his swim, did his 25-kilometer bike ride, and then ran a 15-minute 5K to finish it off.
Wow, that's impressive.
That's ridiculous. I couldn't do a 15-minute 1500 meters. I probably could. So we'll see at the top of the track there, up by the pavilion, they're just starting to get the relay runners in place. And this is when it's the important bit of us having to know all the different shirt colours. You should do.
You've had the chance in the last couple of hours to look at them and learn them. I only know about 4.
Well, yeah, that was your research before that. It would affect your assessed grade. So just wait for the end of the... Oh, this got the last couple of jumpers, I think, in the under 10 boys long jump.
You watching the cricket this week, sir? Well, all 4 days of it?
No, I just got bored of that. I was working, of course, I think.
Yeah.
The it wasn't great, but
no. But I mean, we could have at least tried and dragged it out a bit on day 4.
I know.
We didn't even get to 12 o'clock.
No.
Could have at least tried to get to lunch. But.
Exactly. We took a couple of wickets, but watch the prebendal jumper in the final here. Good speed again, just trying to get a little bit more height.
Quite stiff legs on landing as well.
Yeah. A really good speed in sport. Like you say, I think a lot of the times, especially with the younger ones, the speed aspect is much more important than any technique.
You see a lot of them run up and sort of nearly stop at the board to make sure they hit the board right and then jump, whereas perhaps jumping a little bit further back from the board, but maintaining your speed is something that will actually get you further.
Definitely. So we're just waiting for the relay to take a little bit more organisation than some of the other events. Ensuring we get people in the right place. What's going on with the rounders ball? Cap off for this last one for the Windlesham athlete.
Doesn't want the extra drag.
Looks to be Felix here. And a good pace. Really good pace, good height. Dropped his feet a little bit there towards the landing, but so we're heading towards our last couple of field events. In fact, that might have been the under 11s. I'm not sure. It looks like the under 10s. But our last round of field events is 2:45. High jump for the under 10 girls, long jump for the under 11 boys. Rounders ball for the under 11 girls. Discus for the under 11 girls, shot for the under 11 boys, javelin for the under 10 girls. So these should all probably be just underway now. Just getting the last couple of competitors ready for the relay as we head out now.
Which school's your money on for the relay, sir?
Well, I don't know. It depends who's competing. I think we've Mr. Kift has done a lot with the Hurst guys with the relay changeovers. It's obviously
indeed a very crucial part of the relay.
So Vine Hall a couple of years ago used to be really strong in terms of the relays. We're just a little bit of a delay as there's a couple of athletes stuck at other events.
I must say, so you have a nice spot here in the shade to commentate on some.
I preferred it earlier in the sun. It was much better in the sun, and I think just after lunch probably need to be in the shade, so I'm not too tired to fall asleep. So looking in this first race for the 4x1, we'll have Hazelwood, Brighton girls, Barlington, Great Woolstead, Windlesham, and a nondescript top. I'll have to guess who the last one is in a second. So as we go into these relays, just the last couple there, as we watch the St Andrews athlete just finishing with the rounders ball. We might stick on a bit of this rounders ball for now, because we'll wait for the relays. Watch the Windlesham athlete, good height, just under 20 metres.
Quite low that throw.
Yeah, I think
there's a bit more height needed.
Well, what's the optimum height?
On a level ground, 45 degrees is what you ideally want your release angle to be. But of course, because the ball's coming a little bit higher from the arm of the athletes, want to have just slightly lower than that.
Slightly lower, and also it's slightly downhill the throw, isn't it? So
yes. I'm showing off my PEA level there.
All right.
Mr. Mayor will be very proud of me.
I'm sure he always is. He always is. Proud of all his students.
I hope so. He's the one deciding my grade this year. So I'll say nice things.
The evidence decides your grade. So there goes the Westbourne competitor there in the under 10, or maybe even under, I think we're probably on to the under 11 now for the long jump. High jumps are looking to be finished. We'll tend to have a little bit of a delay with these last couple of field events as they wait to basically sort of get there'll be a lot of the athletes going off to do the relay, so they'll have to get them back just to finish off at the end. So in terms of the relays, the 4 athletes, each running 100 metres-ish, and there's a changeover box of 30 metres for them to change the baton over in. As this doesn't actually lead on to like a nationals or something like that, we are reasonably lenient as the judges in terms of if you drop your baton, it goes out of lane. As long as you don't disrupt anyone else, you can obviously pick it up and finish the race. But yeah, it is going to come down to that, isn't it? Who can get that baton round safely, but at a bit of speed as well.
Indeed, transitions are really what the handing over the baton is really what wins or loses a race for people. I think it's something that is really overlooked sometimes by some teams.
So we'll get a few loud whistles now. Just Jim checking with every changeover box that they're all happy. It's quite loud in my ear. So the final preparations.
This one's really loud.
Miss Franks just said, this gun's really loud. So Jim will tend to change his gun over the relay because they're further away. Sky Sports flying over.
There's a helicopter shot, so we're coming imminently.
Yeah. We've just been told we have to pay for them. And sadly, that is slightly delaying the start. As you get ready for the start.
The competition for attention here with some of the...
With Mr. May. Guns up.
And they're off.
Right, so how do we see the runners going up to the first changeover? So we have first 100 metres, really good start by the runners in lane 7 there. And again by the athletes in lane 3.
Quite static changeovers there by looks of it, but everyone's gone away cleanly. Very fast there from, I believe that's lane 2 or 3.
Really strong run by Dorset House,
wow.
Windlesham, and looks at Ardingline the outside lane. A good changeover, Dorset House.
Good changeover so far. A little bit slow in the lane 8 or 7, I think that is.
Look at that spider. As you just come along now, it looks to be in lane 3 is Brighton Girls. I might be wrong though. I think we've got our information might be slightly off compared to what it was earlier.
Come on, Sophie! Come on, Sophie! All the way, all the way, all the way!
The gap's closing, getting closer and closer towards the finish line.
Really strong run from the, I think, Skipper's Hill. I'm not sure of the...
just picked to the line.
So again, there will obviously be, there's 2 heats. 3 of them will go into the final. So I'm just trying to confirm the final, the school that won that in first place. So I might be able to get a zoom in from our cameramen on if we've got an angle of it onto who's there. But and it's being perfectly blocked out. Skipper's Hill. There you go. Thank you. Skipper's Hill in first place. Second for Windlesham. Third for Great Wall. So I think Windlesham just got there ahead. It's a really strong run, especially the second leg there. You said always put your strongest runner on the second leg, and that's looks like Skipper's Hill did there.
It paid off for them. Very, very strong run from the second runner.
Yeah, and like you say, the reason they can take it from quite a long way.
Yeah, if you time it well, you can easily make it 150 metres worth of running.
Yeah.
You get your timing right. So good for your faster athlete.
And they all get paid the same, and you're running more.
Yeah, indeed.
So again, this will be 2 heats, and top 8 will qualify for the final. So even if you're a bit further back, you can still qualify for that final. You never know what's going to happen, especially in relay, when there is that added pressure of getting the baton round whilst not just running as quickly as possible.
Team cohesion is so vital for a relay team. Something that you don't really think of at first. I think it's just 4 individuals running. But in fact, those changeovers, like I said earlier, really can change how a race finishes.
So how do you practice them a lot when you're competing?
Yeah,
competing?
You see pretty much every session there is the relay teams will be doing their changeovers. There's gone through the years. There's been different ways of the changeover. It used to be from like up to down, putting it down into the hand, and they thought, oh no, it's better to go from down to up. So you raise it into the hand, but now we're being taught to push it in to try and avoid those drops and disqualifications.
So what key things other than that sort of pushing over the actual hand, changing over the baton? What things are you guys thinking about practicing or being trained to do?
It's all about maintaining speed. I think it's very much as you're coming into the box. So the runner coming into the box wants to not have to slow down to hand it over, and when they do hand it over, they want the runner who's taking it to be near the top speed already, so they're not having to slow down to do the changeover and maintain their speed throughout.
Nice. So again, just making, and obviously the likelihood is that you're not going to have 4 runners that are all of the same pace. So you're making sure that if someone accelerates quickly, maybe then give them a bit more time before you get them going and that sort of thing.
It's something that we ran into a bit of trouble in our first Diamond League meets. We had to change our first runner last minute, and so when we went over for our first changeover, me running at 2. By the time I'd started running, they called me to start running, and I had to actually slow down because I was about to run out of the box because they didn't realise I was going to be as far ahead of them as they thought I was.
Yeah, it is a case of just making sure that it's that practice every time, isn't it? So I think we're almost ready to start the second heat. I see the boys there waiting. So second heat of the under 10 girls. So St Andrews Eastbourne in first in lane 1, Vine Hall lane 2, Hurst lane 3, Westbourne lane 4, lane 5 I believe is Dorset House, lane 6 Oakwood, lane 7 Burgess Hill, and lane 8 Brighton College.
Surely you have to back the Hurst running contingent here.
Well, I've not seen them run before, but you know, I think Mr. Kift and Mr. Simcox would have been doing some changeovers with them.
Of course, there's no bias at all in this commentary booth.
Well, not from me. There hasn't been for the last couple of hours, but you've mentioned Hurst a lot, you know, and Hazelwood.
Just on fact, not opinion, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, interesting. I have no idea who's going to win this, but like I say, it's the most entertaining of races. The added jeopardy of potentially dropping the baton, which we don't want to see.
The idea of your actions affecting the entirety of a team rather than just an individual can play havoc on.
That is a way to pile pressure on a 9-year-old there, Luke. Thanks. So a little bit of a delay just while we get the lined up. A great example of fantastic kit.
It's very smart, very professional.
Look good and then perform good, isn't it? It's that idea.
You perform better if you look good doing it.
Exactly. And these delays sometimes can work well in terms of getting people calm and ready to go, but also then you get back that built up sort of adrenaline ready to go. So it's just about managing that time.
Yeah, it's also hard to sort of make sure that you're not reaching your peak of adrenaline and readiness before the race actually starts.
So it looks like that was just, I think he's just having a bit of practice there, the Prebendal long jumper there. I think we're almost ready. Pistol Jim's got his whistle just to check. Change of box 2 with the boss is down there, so again, hopefully as we see down that back straight, you'll be able to really tell who the competitors are in this event. Top 8s go through from the 2 heats.
On the starters' orders.
The way first
they
time.
go.
Good strong start. It looks to be a good start from Westbourne House in lane 4 and from Burgess Hill Girls out in lane 7. Comes the first changeover.
A bit of a slow, bit of a stumble there.
Yeah, Burgess Hill and Brighton on the outside as well as Oakwood.
Hurst pulling it back down the back straight. Hopefully putting themselves back in contention.
Yeah, it'll be, as we come onto this final home straight, we'll be able to sort of see what's going on.
Good changeovers there.
So it looks to be Hurst just on the inside. Real recovery coming from Westbourne House. Burgess Hill on the outside still. Really strong run the whole way through. Just rearranging the baton there. Vine Hall coming up on the inside.
This is the final changeover box.
So
looks like Hurst have got a slight lead heading into the back straight.
really good changeover there as well from Hurst, with their continued looking forward. So Hurst can drive through.
Looks strong as well.
Burgess Hill and Westbourne currently second and third. Vinehall in fourth. Remember, keep running through to the line. So that's a Hurst first, Burgess Hill, then Westbourne, followed by Vinehall. So the top 8 qualify.
Told you my gamble was paid on fact, not biased.
You've got lucky the last 2 times. Yeah, it's a really good run there. So the top 8 will qualify for the final, which will be later today, the last sort of events of the day. And we should be moving on now to the under 10 boys. So under 10 boys. 2 heats again. And we'll try and get the teams to you when we can. Looks like we've got Oakwood in lane 1, Brighton in lane 2, Hurst in lane 3, Dorset House lane 4, Penthorpe lane 5, So yeah, last couple of lanes on the outside there. I can't see Jim's in the way. Who have we got? Come on, Luke. You should know them. You should know them all by now. Outside Penthorpe, we've got Copthorne in the outside lane. Great Woolstead, and I'm not sure who's on lane 6 currently.
Hurst sat in lane 3.
So lane 6 is Ardingly. Yeah, lane 3 it's Hurst. We've got Ardingly lane 6, Brighton lane 2, Oakwood lane 1. Bit of confusion in the it's giving the athletes a number and saying you're in this lane, and then by the time they've got 100 metres away, they've forgotten. So just waiting for the starters to be ready. So a little bit behind time. We'll probably catch that up in a second. So we're just now getting ready for the final preparations before the under 10 boys relay.
Thank you. On your mark.
And it's go, go, go.
So here we go again into the first heat of the under 10s. Good start from Copthorne on the outside there.
Got an even start across the board by the looks of it.
Oh, bit of a.
Quite a late changeover there in the middle.
Yeah, we see Ardenlai just now starting to come up in lane 6. Just got on the outside of, on the inside of Great Wolfstead. We can see them there. Good turnover from Ardenlai there as well.
That Copthorne up in lane 8. It's like slow changeover.
Yeah, but a really, really good run there from the athlete on the outside. As we come into the sort of final bend now, it looks like Ardenlai will change it first. It's followed by Copthorne. Hurst still up in and around. Dorset House as well. But Ardenlai currently in the lead and looking to try and pull away.
Great Wolfstead and Copthorne very tight together, looking to close in.
But remember, obviously, there will be...
Oh, Great Wolfstead made a real lunge for line. Oh, it was very close.
So great
Ardenlai
commitment
first. Great Wolfstead second. And missed who that was. Was that Brighton in third?
Did Brighton get up on the inside there to win, to get third place? I think they did. So remember, two events here, 2 heats, and the top 8 will qualify for the final.
The dive did make that look very, very close finish.
Dramatic, wasn't it?
It is, in fact, the chest, if I'm not mistaken, that was across the line in order for the timer to stop.
You know, anything you can play the ball with. It's like the offside rule, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. It's below. Yeah, it's below the shoulders and above the waist. So good win there for Ardenlai. Really close race between them and Great Wolfstead as they come over the final straight. So there's one more heat. And there was only one heat there. No, there will be another heat, I think. So as we go into the under 10s again, lane 3, Windlesham, lane 4, Vine Hall, lane 5, Hazelwood, lane 6, St Andrews, lane 7, Skippers Hill. So this is the second heat, and obviously the top 8, as per every other one, will go through to the final later today. So surely you're going Hazelwood this time then?
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah, compulsory.
My contract.
It's in my contract. When I left the school, I signed it. So the last couple of field events just finishing off. All the results I'm sure will be put online later this week, but hopefully your son, daughter, grandchild will have already sent you a message through their member of staff telling you how well they've done. Or they might just bring the medal home at the end of the day and surprise you. So into the second heat then, just 5 runners in this, I believe. 5 runners.
We're happy, thank you. On your mark.
So into the second heat then, and it looks like a strong start at the blocks by the Vine Hall runner.
Runner in lane 6, I believe, is that?
Yeah, St Andrews out wide there. Moves really well.
Oh, got a slow change over there. A bit of a stop. Very clean changeover from the runners in lane 3, I think. Or lane 2.
They've got Vine Hall coming up on the inside there, and it looks like Hazelwood on the outside there.
Hazelwood, very good changeover, and it looks like they're in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, motoring on. We'll see how they get on in this last changeover. So Hazelwood currently leading Vinehall and St Andrews chasing close behind.
Clean changeover at the end. Big lead coming into the back straight. Can they hold on to it?
So spinning around a little bit. Remember, they have got the final. St Andrews and Vinehall's going to be really tight. Keep going through to the end. Just St Andrews in second, Vinehall in third.
A Hazelwood victory. Called again.
Well, it's just the others are just holding themselves back for the.
They're being kind to me.
The finals. So next up, we're going to have the under 11 girls. The under 11 girls, there again should be 2 heats, and the 8 fastest qualify. So running a little bit behind time to those of you watching at home. So if you're waiting and wondering if you've missed an event, don't worry, we're about 15 minutes, 14 minutes behind. So we'll hopefully catch that time up. Just keep us on in the back row. We'll just sit here talking and
crack some jokes.
What's your best joke? Clean joke.
I have an appropriate joke for this athletics meet.
Go on.
Why did the athlete want to go to the meet?
I don't know.
Because they relay wanted to.
That's quite good. I didn't laugh, but it's quite good.
Thought that up on the spot.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, thought about it sitting here. I was thinking, okay, I'm going to crack a joke at some point.
That's what we're doing.
Got to make an appropriate joke
because
for the
they
athletics
relay
meet.
wanted to. That's good. I like that. Right, on to the next race.
Moving on.
Yeah, exactly. So if we're just looking at the last little bit of the high jump there, which I presume is the under 10 girls high jump, just finishing off. A couple of those athletes would have gone to do some relay. Just running you through the lanes. Lane 1, Ardingly. Lane 2, Windlesham. 3, Oakwood. 4, Great Woolstead. 5, Farlington. 6, Dorset House. Lane 7 is Handcross Park. And lane 8, St Andrews. So our starter Jim just finding out if all of our lane over changeover boxes are ready. Gets a signal there from Mr. Kift. And Mr. Simpkins down there on changeover 3.
Very elegant wave of the flag.
Well, that's where I normally do, but I'm otherwise occupied.
Is this a promotion or a demotion?
I mean, it's quite nice if it's been to sit down all day.
Sit down and talk all day.
Sit down and talk all day.
To our adoring audience.
Exactly. If there's anyone listening, do tell us if you are.
They might have us on mute.
Yeah. They started getting them ready. The first heat of the under 11 girls.
And away they go.
Off again first time here. Good start from lane 4. It's Great Woolstead. And again, a good start on the lane 6 there from Dorset House. See how the changeovers go. Really solid changeover by Great Woolstead. And again, Dorset House ahead of them as well.
All clean changeovers as well.
And Oakwood in lane 3 starting to push up now, which is good to see. Another good changeover, really good changeover by Dorset House. Great Woolstead starting to push off ahead now. So it looks to be sort of Oakwood, Great Woolstead, Dorset House in third.
Great Woolstead definitely look like they have the advantage, a bit more momentum coming into the final stretch.
Yeah, and we'll see her going.
This is very tight though.
Oh, they're right neck and neck going down there. Oakwood really
rubbing
pushing.
Shoulders.
I think Oakwood's just about going to hold on and take it.
Oakwood
Great
just
run.
just by a
first,
fraction.
Great Wolstead second, Ardingly third, Dorset House fourth. Okay, so again, 2 heats and then the top 8 qualify. So it's a really good run there by all those teams. So they may get the opportunity to qualify for the final. Yeah, if you watch the replay now, you can see Great Wolstead just about had an advantage going into that final leg. But the Oakwood runner really, really pushed on hard just to get that little victory by about a third of a metre, I'd say.
Less than that.
Less than that?
This was a very entertaining racing today.
Well, I think the best thing about all of these is that because there are those times they have to meet in order to get into there, that they should be of a similar sort of ability. So there's that opportunity then for them to actually compete against people who are of a similar standard, which is going to lead to really good racing. I love that at this age as well, that people just don't look tired. They just like run 100 metres and they're just like...
And they shall sit there as if they've just, gone for a leisurely walk.
You get to the senior school and they're all lying on the floor like...
More effort. Clearly not trying hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. Try harder.
Somebody just finishing off their jumps on high jump. Can be quite frustrating for an athlete, especially if you're someone that's sort of specifically on one event to do your event, but then have to wait to find out where you come because people have to run off to do running, and can be quite frustrating.
Other ones. So into the second heat here, I believe we've got Seaford lane 1. Seaford lane 1, Hurst lane 2. I'm not sure lane
Copthorne?
3, potentially Copthorne. We've had Copthorne, yeah. Brighton lane 4, Brighton girls lane 5.
Hazelwood
lane 6 with matching trainers. Lane 6, matching trainers to the pink.
Whatever
stripe.
happened to full white trainers needed for sports kit? Something that when I was in prep school, that was always a rule.
Oh, Hazelwood, full white trainers.
Yeah.
Surely only for indoors.
No, full white trainers needed all the time, apparently.
Wow. Now we have to stop kids wearing those because they wear Air Maxes. So, Jim the gun, ready to go. So first time away here, and a really good solid start from Brighton College in lane 4. Some good change over there. Good change over by Hazelwood as well.
Very fast changer from Hurst and Hazelwood by the looks of it.
Burgess Hill just going back on the outside, but they have got the Hazelwood got the advantage of the inside lane there.
Plenty of teams look like they're in contention for this.
So we just watch those two change over. Burgess Hill, Hazelwood change over. Hurst have changed over as well to go around to that final straight.
Hurst obviously with the advantage of being in the inside lane for this bit, actually less distance to get to the finish line now.
So
two very fast changeovers.
Between Hurst and Hazelwood here. Seaford coming up really strongly on the inside. Seaford's great run by the Seaford final leg runner. It's just driven past everyone there. We'll probably take first for Seaford, second Hurst, third Hazelwood, fourth Burgess Hill. So really strong finish for 5th and 6th there. You'd like to think there quite a few of those will get through to the final later on today. Got a bit of a long jump here. Presume we're just waiting for the long jump. We're waiting for the last couple. Here we go. Replay this. So really strong run by that Seaford final leg runner.
Really came out of nowhere there to get the victory.
Yeah. One one to watch in the final.
Definitely potentially a late contender for the final.
Yeah, so changes over a good sort of 2 seconds afterwards, 1 second afterwards. So just waiting a little bit of time between these two heats before we get into the boys as we get those scores down. But good runs by the girls there, so well done. St Andrews in lane 1, Westbourne lane 2, Great Woolstead in lane 3, and Cross Park in lane 4, Seaford 5, Topthorne lane 6, Hazelwood lane 7, Brighton College lane 8. So those are 8 runners in the first heat of the 4x100 metres under 11 boys. So again, this will be 2 heats. So first heat, almost ready to go.
On your mark.
Mandy just walking down there, making sure they're all behind the line, ready to go. So clean start in that first heat. Good start by Westbourne House, it looks like, in lane 2.
Copthorne in lane 6. Very good, strong start.
See as they go through, all clean through the first changeover. Westbourne House pushing on the inside as well. A good strong run on the outside.
Hazelwood pulling back their deficit on their rivals there on the back straight.
Thank you for helping.
Very long changeover.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
So it looks like Westbourne are going to be leading this going into the final changeover. So Westbourne with a big lead going into this final 50 metres or so. Probably a thought.
Zach from Hazelwood, who won the hurdles earlier, giving chase.
Chasing him down. So Hazelwood second. Not sure we had in lane 1, but there. Third place there. So Westbourne House, one to watch in the final later on, probably with the dominant display there. I think we can describe that as a dominant display. Everyone thinks I'm just watching telly.
That's why I came to sit here, sir. So you're just watching it.
Yeah, I was just literally watching telly.
Might have the football on.
Scotland are apparently 2-0 down.
Lovely.
I don't think they're very good there, are they? So there's Westbourne House first. Second was Hazelwood, and third St Andrews. So next heat then, Vinehall first. Second is Skippers Hill.
Yeah,
Skippers Hill.
Hurst is third.
Oakwood.
3, sorry.
Woolstead. Windlesham, Ardingly.
So I believe this is the final heat of the relays.
It is. Final heat, and then we're on to more finals.
It's the business end of the day now.
It is, yeah. So the 800s will be next. We should take a little bit of time to get set up, but I think we should be ready to go pretty much immediately.
On your mark.
So the final one is underway. Really good start from Windlesham up in lane 6 there, and a good run as well for Great Woolstead. As it comes to the first changeover, pretty solid from both sides there. Everyone's through there cleanly by the looks of it.
Oakwood runner is very strong down the back straight. Made up 2 or 3 places.
So if we watch his last two, much pretty good.
Very
it's-
clean changeovers.
It's Penthorpe, isn't it? I keep saying Great Woolstead, but I've got the wrong colour. So it's going to probably come down to these 3 in the picture now as we see them.
Both very even coming into the final changeover.
So Windlesham had the Michael, who was really strong in the 100 metres earlier.
Looks like he's going to be able to hold on to this lead now.
Yeah. So really good run there by the Windlesham team. And then Penthorpe in second. Oakwood likely to take third. Vinehall pushing to try and get a place in that prestigious final. Vinehall fourth. Good runs there by all the teams. You never really know, because again, that speed of the you never know how long it's at the other heat to run. So therefore, you've got a chance of qualifying for that final.
All about pushing it all the way to the line.
Exactly. Where am I trying to find? So we might not be able to get you the running order for that final later on, but the finals tend to be for the relays. They're scheduled to be starting at 4:25. So starting with the under 10 girls, then the under 10 boys, then the under 11 girls, and then the under 11 boys. So 4:25 for those of you who are looking to come and sign back in for the relays. But before then, we've got a lot of finals coming for you. The 800 metres first, followed by the 75 and the 100 metre finals, then the 200s, and then finishing off with the 4x1s.
Well, so I think I've skived off of my jobs around the athletics field for
We got you in the shade for a
more
little
than an
bit,
hour now. So
yeah, I'll let you go. Thanks, Luke. Have a lovely rest of your day, and
thank you too, sir.
enjoy the sun. It's disappeared now from here.
Yeah, well, might get my tan lines or burn lines a bit worse.
Yeah, exactly. Right, see you later. So as we go on to the 800 metres finals, we're just waiting for them to get set up. It looks like we just got on to the slightly delayed under 11 boys long jump, so we might be able to watch a little bit of that for a couple of minutes. So, Mr. May, you're the first person that has ever been welcomed back to commentate a second time.
Positive reviews, obviously, then, Mr.
Yeah,
Shepherd.
it's all over the internet. Just waiting to see what you're going to tell us. Relays, how did you think they went?
Exciting relays. Quite a high level of organisation required behind getting all of those heats through. The great thing is we get to do it all over again for the finals. However, no red flags.
No red flag. That's the most important thing, isn't it? So I think you'll see what I noticed this year, perhaps more than ever before, is just like the quality of the changeovers, and it just those are the sort of things that you're just constantly practicing.
Well, people are more up to date now with the technique, and the technique has moved to, instead of, we used to have a people supermaning into the changeover, but much more now the thrust method thrusting the baton into your teammate's hand as they go. A lot more tactical, actually, changeovers. I saw pupils making sure they're aligning on the inside of the track for their changeover. Little bits of tape going on the floor as well, just giving them a marker of when to start their run. So as the runner's coming into the changeover box, the person receiving the baton will be starting their run, starting their acceleration. So very good, very pleased with those relays.
Yeah, no, it's been great, and I think as well, lots of positive stuff coming out from the field as we sort of see a couple of them keeping in the shade where they can. But many records been broken. We know we had one in the 1500 or the 800.
Well, as we spoke about earlier, and we were talking about the field events, we've got field events for the first time. So
the throw, we've had field events before.
Well, the throwing events certainly, but we've got some new records with those, obviously, because they're the first.
Inaugural.
That's the word I was looking for. So a couple of records being set there, which is good, very, very good for us moving into the future. Bit of long jump going on now onto the camera.
How did you manage to convince all these students to come out and help?
T-shirts, basically.
T-shirts.
If you promise them a T-shirt and a cup of tea, then they tend to come out for us. Here's a Hurst pupil. Takeoff and landing there. Nice clean landing.
Yeah, good speed in.
Young man.
I'm just trying to find this replay technology, slow-mo replay technology. They're good into the board.
Got a little bit off the board there. Obviously, he wants to try and sneak as far as he can onto the white board without touching the plasticine, which, Mr. Chabot, I believe you spent a number of minutes modelling that plasticine onto those takeoff boards.
Well, as did you. It was great. It was very enjoyable as we watched the Oakwood competitors. So this is the long jump under 11 boys final. So record 4:19, which is a pretty big jump for these under 11s. And again, a really popular event. We tend to have a lot of people competing in terms of the long jump because it's one of those ones that we spoke about with hurdles and with high jump. You often get some. There's a fear element sometimes because there's a bar or a hurdle, which actually these younger kids are better at overcoming.
Yeah, it's quite deceptive as well because when you lots of these competitors, they'll jump and they'll land and they'll fall forward, which we try to coach them to fall forward, and they'll try and take the mark from their furthest forward point. However, we're measuring from the furthest backwards point. So looking at this jumper just here, right where his heels hit the sand, that's actually his measurement point. So even though he's landed a little bit further on, his jump distance is actually pulled back a little bit by that. So it's really important trying to get them to really proactively throw themselves forward as opposed to falling backwards when they land.
Yeah, just trying to break the sand with the heels, but keeping those feet out in front of them as long as possible. So again, they were talking about, would it be fair because they do they obviously get 3 jumps and the top 8 gets a final jump. How about making that final jump a final? So that's the 3 before it don't count.
That is one way you could do it.
Just high pressure situation there, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the high pressure situation on a day like today.
Yeah.
I think the freeness of competition should be encouraged.
Yeah.
And also, if you've scraped through on your first few jumps into that final, but however you were saving it for the final round, then you obviously wouldn't be able to do that, would you?
Yeah. There's that risk of that no jump and then getting all with that.
Moving on to the 800 metres final.
Yeah, I haven't got any names here, which is... Oh, no, I do, because it's a straight final. So this is the under 11 girls one. Start with the record in this, 2 minutes, 46 seconds and 48 milliseconds. And they're off straight away.
So the gun's been catching a few of them out. It startles them. It's quite a loud gun that Jim Boyce, our official starter, uses. A number of pupils have been a little bit startled by it today. Something that they, obviously, as we spoke about earlier, that they're getting used to when competing in official events.
Yeah, it's one of those, I was talking about earlier, usually when we have the relays, we have 10, 15 students standing behind him. So when he shoots the gun and just doing that full over, comedic value, it gets funny every time, 20 times in a row. So what's the tactical aspect of this here, do you think? Are they going to, in this heat, just hold off for the first lap? And then
typically in this age group, we tend to see the performers that pace it the best are the ones that tend to end up at the front. There's not so much of a sprint. There's not a kick on in the second lap. It's certainly those who maintain their speed the most are the ones who end up in that front pack. obviously trying to get over to the inside lane as quick as possible. But we see these girls led by the Hurst pupil sort of settling into a bit of a rhythm here, and I think we'll see these four break away a little bit more potentially.
Yes, we've got Amanda from Hurst. We've got the Windlesham athlete, Alex, the Ardenley athlete, Penny, and then Seaford athlete just pulling, just dropping off the pace a little bit now. It's Bella, but those three starting to take it on now. So the bell coming through, just the 2 laps for them, just the 2 in this 28-degree heat.
You can see the Windlesham runner actually kicking on a bit now.
Yeah, starting to pull away.
Got a very efficient running action.
Good head carriage. That's a thing in running, isn't it?
It is. It's all about head carriage, and we're sort of trying to. She's starting to throw it side to side a little bit now. She's trying to keep that head as still as possible, trying to conserve your energy and make sure that anything in the movement is linear as opposed to an angular movement. So we're ideally not having arms coming across the body within the running action.
So you see Alex from Windlesham there just really taking it on for the last 150 metres or so.
So the Hazelwood runner also having a bit of a kick now.
Yeah, looking as she goes into, could be tighter than we think here. I think Windlesham.
What's been your highlight of the afternoon so far then, Mr. Shabwell?
I love the hurdles and the relays. I think the relays are really important because of just that there's that team aspect of it, and just thinking, that the changeovers are so important. If you watch the different teams and they're keeping their heads going forward, as we just watch what can be a really tight finish here.
It is, and we're going to have to be really careful here because she actually undertook her, which led her to leave the track.
Yeah.
So hopefully you'll be understanding of that, as it's not an ESAA event.
Yeah.
However, she shouldn't have really undertaken there, leaving the track. It should have been an overtake.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
because there wasn't the space there to do it without having to leave the track. But
yeah, obviously, if there was a space there for them to do it, then they could have.
But fantastic run there by Penny from Ardingly, really
she
kicking on.
She timed that really well, didn't she?
Yeah. So towards the end, I thought when Alex took off from Windlesham, he was in a really, really good position, and then obviously Penny in that last 100 metres or so just real kicked on.
If you think about that front running group that we had Windlesham in there, we had Hurst in there, we had Seaford in there, and Ardingly in that first initial group, and for them to end up Ardingly, Hazelwood, Windlesham, who's that in there? St Andrews, Seaford, and then Hurst.
It's that idea that you're talking about in terms of those that can time it the same the whole way through, really stand a good chance of going on and winning it in the end. So we're on to the boys now. I presume they're all going to run them together by the looks of it.
Yeah, so you can run up to 16 runners in a middle distance event on a track. So obviously you've got 8 lanes here, so double the number of competitors to lanes. So that affords us the ability to run all these as one.
Yeah, so by the looks of it, we've got a runner from Vinehall, Penthorpe, St Andrews, Brighton, Ardingly, Seaford, Westbourne, Windlesham, Hurst, Oakwood, Dorset House, I believe that Copthorne, and Skippers Hill. So just a little bit of time while we get the girls' times written in.
The standard starting process here is that, there we go, we've just pushed them. So all the performers should be back behind the straight line, which is the finish line, and there's only one call on here. There's no middle call, so we're just on your marks and then the gun.
We just watch Will here from Hurst in the under-11 boys long jump. Good height, trying to keep those legs up a little bit longer and out in front of him.
So toes, you'll hear the starter, toes behind the line, still and steady at the start, no shaking, no moving, and looking down the track.
Onto the inside!
And obviously they're looking to try to get across the inside lane as quick as possible, so they're not running too far over that 800-meter distance. If they stayed in those outer lanes, then they're going to be running a bit farther. So it's once again, it's about efficiency.
So they're allowed to break immediately?
Break immediately, as long as there's no scrum, as long as there's no elbowing, tackling people out of the way, but they can break away early. This Vinehall runner has gone off at some speed.
Quite a quick pace, but again, if you can maintain it for a long period, but sometimes if you can get out ahead very quickly, the others might try and come back at you, which then gives you that benefit.
It's a confidence thing, isn't it? If you go out early, you've got to be a confident runner, but also what tends to happen is that the other runners then sort of question themselves whether they should be going at that pace. So you suddenly get a quick race going, which then very much slows on the second lap because of the lactic acid building up in the runners at the time.
Yeah.
Come on, Toby, dig in.
So currently we've got Vinehall in first place. It's be Brighton College is currently in second, and then a good cluster in sort of third, fourth, fifth.
I think we'll be looking at their economy as they come round for about 500 metres. We'll get a bit of a steer as to who's got the little kick on for the last 300.
Yeah, who still looks like they've got something in the tank. So Henry Cook from Vinehall currently leading.
It's a bit of a gap there now. That this to chase him down, they're going to have to go. They've got about a 30-meter gap there that he's created. Now, can he hold on?
So you see, I think it's Johnny from Penthorpe. He's just pulled into second place, looking to start to make a kick.
Johnny's really going, isn't he? He's actually picked up his pace now. I can see as he comes round to this final 200 metres. I think he might catch him.
It all depends what they've got left in the tank, doesn't it? What's Henry thinking? Is he just now kicking on? I think that obviously being it just a straight final, there's no need to keep anything in the tank. Just go for it.
I think with the slightly more efficient technique as he comes round, he's looking really strong as the Penthorpe runner. He's had a look. He's just found him on his shoulder. So this is
going to be a sprint finish,
isn't it? Is he going to be able
it?
to chase him down? Is he going to be able to chase him down?
How much does he have to give to even get in that position?
He kept that head still a bit more.
He's given the inside as well.
He's given him the inside, hasn't he?
Really, really strong sprint finish.
Oh, I wonder if he pushed for the outside there. He might have not been closed, had the door closed on him.
So really strong run from both those two athletes there. And third place.
I think full credit to the Vinehall runner who set his pace quite early.
Yeah.
He stuck to it for 700 metres. Thought that the race was his, I slightly think, and caught him over his shoulder on the bend and really held on to win that. Very good tactical running that he didn't allow him to pass him on the inside.
Yeah, I think it was, like you say, he sort of did give a bit of space there for a potential pass, but then just had enough to pull away and then go back onto that inside to not come up. Yeah, so here is this early, there we go in a second. So there's a Vinehall, which is Henry, well done to Henry, and then to Johnny as well. It's a really good race as we watch that final push.
Yeah, I think just there, Mr. Chadwell, if he'd taken the outside, I think he wouldn't have seen that door closed on him.
Yeah.
And I think that might have been a photo finish.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right, just on the, he's both sort of really tight in lane one there, but there's that, not really that opportunity for Johnny to kick on because Henry's quite a big, strong lad, and he's just then closed it, as you say.
Henry had the stronger position there in terms of position on the track, and he doesn't have to let him pass on the inside. He can hold his position there as long as he's not impeding him.
Yeah.
He can do exactly as he's just done.
So we're just heading on to the next couple of races, which are going to be the 75, the sprint final, 75s, 100. Do you need to get down there and organise them at the bottom, or are you?
I think that
Mandy's in control
Mandy
now.
is in control down there. Mandy is track manager at K2. She works closely with our starter, Jim Boyce. It's great to be able to call on this sort of expertise for our events. And actually on Friday this week, we're at K2 for the Sapsa.
Sapsa.
Sapsa, I think that's what we call it now. Or is it the IAPS? Or is this the Sapsa one? I can't remember which way round we're calling them now.
Right, okay. I'll let you do that and I'll do the
enough for you lot?
Pass.
I'll have to check someone much higher up than me.
Spent an hour doing the commentary, so you sat in the shade.
Mr. Chapwell, you're a long jump coach. You're a
Nice and cool, big, lovely.
you're a long jump coach. What are they doing with these markers?
So what they'll tend to do is they'll mark a run-up of usually around 11, 13 strides, depending on how much how long they can maintain speed for. There's Mandy getting the girls ready for the 75 metres.
I'm surprised not to see more sprint starts today.
Yeah, there's not been. I haven't seen any.
One in the first heats.
So this is 75 metres, under 10 girls. We've got Roseanne from Oakwood, Isabel from Great Woolstead, Emily from Hurst, Bibi from Copthorne, Cynthia from Westbourne House, Darcy from St Andrews, Eloise from Skippers Hill, and May
It's
from
a
Ardingly.
strong race here. This looks like between Copthorne and
I think Westbourne
House was it? I was trying to get the same colours. Westbourne House runner just held on to it there.
So Cynthia from Westbourne House, congratulations, good win
well done,
there.
Cynthia. That was a good run.
And then Emily from Hurst just in second place, and third place was Bibi from Copthorne. But yeah, really strong run by all those athletes there.
Good little grouping of those first three.
Yeah. And I presume what they've done with the lane draws is the fastest qualifiers are in the middle lanes?
Yeah, the faster lanes tend to be your lanes 4 and 5 on your track. So you would look to put your fastest runner in lane 4, and then either side of that runner, you'll be moving people outwards in terms of their qualifying times.
So yeah, going back to the long jump we talked about, so they'll measure a run up, which will give them sort of 11, 13 strides into the board, which is basically trying to get them up to top speed, and then able to maintain that speed as they hit the board. So we'll see this athlete accelerate in.
That's a very good jump there.
That's
one of the better jumps we've seen today.
Just a slight no jump.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. But
what I really liked about that jump is he got into the racing car position, the racing driver position in the air.
Yeah.
And I think students find that quite a difficult thing to do, quite to sort of really get that hang time with their jump, and to try to effectively give them that reach, that greater reach with their feet.
Yeah, I talk about that sort of kicking the door down, getting your knee up out in front of you then, because some people will tend to just like go straight up. But if we've got time to watch just before the next race, you'll see his feet go out. He's almost toes out in front of him.
Go. Yeah, just slightly over the board. I think that little stutter that he had in his run-up is actually put him more off of his stride than corrected.
So now we're into the 75 metres final for the boys. Benji, Dorset House, Frederick from Hazelwood, Jordan, Seaford, Ethan, Brighton College, Oscar from Great Woolstead, Freddie from Claremont, Freddie from Westbourne House, and Archie from Ardingly, ready to start. Again, really strong, really strong
start there.
Both from the Brighton College runner and the Great Woolstead runner.
Powerful run from the Brighton College runner.
Yeah, so Ethan from Brighton with a really strong run. Oscar in second place.
Ethan's done very well there. Very confident running action. He got ahead and he stayed ahead.
Just trying to work out who we got in third there. We'll probably get a look on this replay, but you see a really strong start from Ethan and Oscar from from Brighton and Great Woolstead respectively. And I believe that third place was someone up the top, so it might have been the Hazelwood runner.
Oh, it's quite close, isn't it, between Seaford and Hazelwood runner, is it? I think the Seaford runner might just have... Obviously, we're looking at chest, aren't we? It's chest across the finish line. It's not head, so often you'd see performers do a dive towards the finish line, a dip towards the finish line.
So as you watch the Oakwood runner jumper here, see if he can get into that really good position that you were talking about in the air. So a bit of delay there as he gets himself ready, building up. Good speed into the board. Yeah, it felt like he stretched a little bit for the
Yeah,
board.
good speed, but sort of needed a bit more hang time there. Sort of that elevation off of his takeoff. He was quite a.
If you watch his left leg here, it seems he does stretch a little bit, which means he's jumping for a bit of a straight leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see
Just
yeah.
there. That's.
He ends up being like, it's one of those things where we talk about the especially younger athletes are so all they care about is being really perfect on the board. And actually, like if that speed that he's carrying in is a real sort of useful thing for him to have, which other athletes won't have. And if he just maintain that, even if he's a little bit behind the board, just really planting that leg strongly and getting up in the air, he's probably going to jump further.
It's quite an interesting technique, the long jump, because essentially you don't want to break your running stride. It's not actually a. Whereas the high jump, you have a step and you're up. You have quite a driving phase in a high jump.
So we just get it. Sorry, we just here we go for the 100 here. This is the 100 for the under 11 girls, and I don't have a start list for this, so. So really strong run from the Seaford runner.
The Seaford runner here is charging away with it. I think she's going to have to really dig in now.
What, nice little hurdle over the line.
Yeah, a drive through the line certainly there. That Seaford runner worked really hard off the start.
Also, I believe she was the one in the relay as well. Came out of nowhere in the relay just to give them the first place in their heat.
Nice, efficient technique from that Seaford runner. Good head carriage. It's not shaking. Thought at about 80 metres, but she
kept driving
strided away, didn't she?
It looks like we get Oakwood in second place, and the Brighton College runner
and
just
a good
holding
stride
on for
through the line.
third. So Brighton just holding on for third.
Powerful run there. Well done to the Seaford runner.
So this is just the delayed under 11 boys long jump. So again, just trying to. It's the only place around here that's actually in the apart from where we are. It's the only place that's in the shade.
It's been really important for these pupils to find the shade today. What an absolute stormer of a day we've had, Mr.
Scorcher.
Javelin.
I reckon I got a bit burnt this morning. Well, I got a bit tanned this morning, and then
It's very quintessential English athletics kind of day.
We're saying it's always like this event is always boiling hot, which is great.
I've only known us to cancel or to move to our second date once in the last 10 years.
And is that a result of just having the grass track and in order to give the best quality race that we possibly can?
We're very fortunate here. We're very fortunate to have a grass track and a grass track that is in the condition that we currently have it in. It does leave you a little bit vulnerable with a little bit of bad weather, a little bit of rain, but we tend to persevere and we tend to get through it. And we don't see many events cancelled here unless we've got some good old British summertime weather coming in.
We've got the brains trust on screen at the moment. So here we are. They're just working out again the top eight. Top eight will get a final jump.
So tired.
Imperial metric. That's probably the conversation going on there.
Jump 7 foot, do they?
Oh, is this 75?
So Mr. Bygraves leading them over there to 200 metres.
We've just got the 100 for the under 11 boys to go. I can give you a start list of that.
No, I think this is going to be a good race.
Yeah, so who we got? We got Vincent from Brighton College, Henry from Penthorpe, Casimir from Westbourne House, Matthew from Windlesham, Rollo from Oathall, Tom from St Andrews, Raphael from Great Wallstead, and Leo from Seaford. Matthew obviously qualified in the fastest time from Windlesham.
I was saying Matthew was quite an impressive runner in the 4x100 metre relay as well. He powered home for Windlesham in that second heat of the boys under 11 relays.
Yeah, and so record 12:98.
12:98. That's moving some for pupils of this age.
Yeah. Let's see if I can time it. My unofficial timer. don't think I'm going to get there in time.
Am I reading that right, Mr. Chair? Is that a record that's stood since 2000?
Yeah, that was for the girls one, yeah.
Girls record.
We had one that's stood since 1980, something. So a really strong start again for Matthew there. And looks to be pulling away in lane 4.
Now, quite a good grouping behind. Is it Oakwood then? Oakwood then? Is that a Westbourne? Oh! It's important for the runners to stay in their lane once they finish the race and not cut across others. I think excitement got the better of him there.
Yeah, they sort of turn sideways and it's like, stop. But yeah, if we watch Matthew here, it pulls out straight away. And then, as you said, on Oakwood and Tom from... Rollo from Oakwood and Tom from St Andrews, probably taking second and third with really good runs as well.
I'm busily looking back at the winners from 2019 here, Mr. Chabot, thinking, well, who are we seeing in the under-11s that might have won in the under-10s? But obviously...
We missed last year, didn't we?
We missed last year, so that wouldn't work for any of the age groups.
Any names you do recognise, though? He's still here?
Yeah, Mr. Godden from Hurst Prep, Ollie Godden, on the 70-metre hurdles with a time of 13:69.
He's the cover athlete today, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
For the programme that it's now pointless me telling you about because no one at home can see the programme. But yeah, so that's it's quite odd, isn't it? So I think you tend to think, especially for a lot of meets and sort of marquee events, and you talk about the sprints, but I think what's amazing about with these young athletes is that they come along and compete in everything, and the opportunities to go do javelin, etc. Today, that it doesn't matter that they're probably competing at less people in terms of, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. They're competing against less people overall. So like long jump, there's 30 of them taking it. Maybe for javelin, there's only 10 of them. But this for them is huge. It's like this is their mini Olympics.
Oh, 100%. Just look at the conditions that they're getting to compete in. You know, the tournament director, Rob Kift, has gone out of his way to make sure that this event is as close to an official event as he can possibly have it. The bunting, the timekeepers, the photo finish.
Right, so on to the two. Are you going to stay for this 200 and then go do some work, or? Well, no.
Yes, I will. I'll stay for this 200. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah.
And then I will head off to help at the finish line again.
Relays again. I think that's what you need to.
I'm sort of building up the energy levels for the relays. As said previously, the organisation of those is challenging at times.
So here we go, the 200 metres, and this is the under 11. No, it's under 10 girls. So record of 30:90. Haven't got any names, but I can give you the schools.
Well, last time this was run, it was 31:40. So
pretty close.
Pretty close to the record in 2019. So I wonder how this runner will get on. These runners will get on today.
Really strong run from Westbourne House in lane 4.
Although the Hazelwood runner seems to be giving her quite a challenge on this inside.
Yeah, just coming up in lane 2 there. Looking quite tight as they come up there. I think Hazelwood's currently in the lead.
Hazelwood has just powered on.
And then the Hurst runner looking to try and take second, maybe. So
fantastic.
First place Hazelwood, second Westbourne, third Hurst. It's a really strong run from everyone there. We watched the last 50 metres or so. So again, that does show...
confident run there from the Hazelwood runner. She ran that 100 metres very well. And as she came around that bend, we sort of saw a bit more of a kick on from her.
Well, it does show you with the obviously the heats followed by then the final, you don't necessarily... the fastest qualifier would have been the Westbourne runner, but the Hazelwood runner has managed to really pull it off and perform fantastically well in that final to take home the gold medal.
I think as we were discussing about the events that they compete in today and the fact that they get to compete in a lot of events, if this was a one event only perhaps the final lineup would have been a little bit different. Maybe that athlete has been off and competed at long jump versus an athlete who's not been off and competed at long jump. So therefore, the heat today, I'm sure, is sapping a lot of energy out of the legs of the performers.
Yeah, definitely. That's really unlucky if we can get a replay of that Vine Hall jumper there, because they've done really well. Great speed, good height, and they've just then as they've landed, not been able to pull their, if we can watch it again, not been able to pull their body weight through to the side or forward, and they've landed on their bottom.
Isn't that the young man who just won the 800?
Potentially, yeah. But really good height.
Lovely,
really,
yeah, a good elevation within that. And as we were talking
Yeah.
about the falling backwards, it's having that momentum. He's a little bit too much on his heels as he landed.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Chabot, I'm going to leave you at this point, and I might try and send another staff member over to keep you going through these.
What's the boss doing?
I will try and find him before he goes and takes on a relay changeover again. By boss, I think you mean the tournament director.
The tournament director. Right, okay, I'll let you
Here we
go
go.
jump off with the next final then here. So we're just going to head over now to the final of the 200 metres. This is the under 10 boys 200 metre final. Our first time, really strong start, really quick start from Westbourne, and also I presume that's the Brighton runner as well, who won the 100 earlier. Again, really powerful, strong runner. You can hear them chanting his name. So it looks to be between Ethan and the runner in lane 3. So the Copthorne and Brighton runner really pushing. And Ethan looks to be competing the 1-2 there. Really good run. And then Max from Copthorne in second place. Not Shoe came into third. So you see here, Ethan just really pushing on. Slightly out of his lane, but he managed to get back in there in time. He hasn't cut anyone up. And Max from Copthorne really pushing hard to try and push him all the way to the end there. But another strong run from Ethan. 2 great runs in the finals today in the 100 and 200.
We'll wait for the World Cup to finish before we do the relays. Alan from...
So Ethan there with a 1-2 in the our very own Usain Bolt of today. 100, 200 double. And then Max from Copthorne, a really solid run. And Hazelwood coming in third there. So we're now on to the under 11 girls 200 with the next race on the track. I think we're pretty much finished with all the field now, just the final long jump going on, but I think that should almost be done. You tend to have a lot of sprinters that will do long jump as well. There's Jim Boyce, our starter. Does a great job. He does a lot of our events, including the ones at K2 as well. And they're off again the first time there. Really strong start by a lot of the runners. And looks again to be the Burgess Hill runner in the middle there, who's doing quite well, as well as the Ardingly runner coming through now. So it looks to be a 2-horse race at the moment between the Burgess Hill runner and the Oakwood runner. Hazelwood and Ardingly chasing them down close, but Burgess Hill runner really strong, powering on. Looking around a little bit to keep going all the way to the line. Oh, great run from Burgess Hill there. Second place, Ardingly. Third place, Oakwood. So you can see slightly distracted, looking sideways. Just keep going all the way through to the line. Gets over the line to win. So another really impressive run by those girls there, trying to open the lungs up, get the air back in. Many of those will be running in the relay, I have no doubt if their teams manage to make it through to the final. So racing through the events now, coming up towards, we've got the final 200, and then after that we're into our relay finals. And I can tell you, we're very good at it. We managed to get back up to time. So 4:20, the 200 due to start. Jim just there waiting. There'll be a little bit of time between the 200 and the relay where I might just give you a bit of peace and quiet. So into the final 200-meter race of the day, the under-11 boys final. And we'll try and pick them out as they come around the bend there to see who is going to be challenging towards the end. Oh, there's our lead producer when he's out there. Who's in the truck? So we'll head over to the 200-meter start then, ready to go. So really strong start. It looks again to be, is it Max from Hazelwood, who's performed really well throughout the day. Currently he has probably a 5-6 meter lead. Vinehall and Westbourne chasing hard, but Max is a phenomenal runner and performed fantastically well today across all his events. He'll be looking to try and take home that athlete of the day today. Really good, strong run by the Westbourne runner as well to take second. And third place going to Vinehall. So brilliant runs there by all of those boys. Well done for getting through to the final. You see that real, he's like leaning forward as he goes, really trying to squeeze out any final bit of pace that he needs. Sorry, Zach, I keep calling him Max. Zach there winning that. Oscar in second place and Yoshi in third. So Zach in first for his second win of the day. Oscar getting second place there for Westbourne, and then Yoshi in third. A great run from the Penthorpe athlete as well in fourth place. The last little bit of the long jump here, real speed into the board. Gonna get the height. Not perhaps as much height as he would onto, but really good pace again. So it's just about combining those different things, the pace and the height into off the board is really important. So you see there, Steve May just getting them into their lane. And the lane draws, again, very similar to what they were earlier. So randomised for the first heats, but then afterwards, they obviously are based on your time. So as Steve said, if you're in first place, if you're the fastest qualifier, you'll be in lane 4. And then they move them out from there. So next fastest will be next two fastest will be lane 3 and lane 5, and just go from there all the way to the slowest qualifier in lane 8 and lane 1. Some people like lane 1 because they can just turn around and have something to chase down. Some people prefer lane 8 because they've got no one in front of them, so they can just run as quickly as possible. So you just see them getting ready to really attack this final competition of the day. So probably an opportunity just to thank everyone involved in today. So especially Rob Kift for organising the event. I've got the we'll give our final long jumper from Handcross Park. Just coming back. He's obviously been a busy lad, doing lots of other stuff. So he's come straight from 200, getting himself ready. little does he know the whole nation is watching him. So good speed into the board, good height. Try to get that little cycling action in the air. So if you watch him as he gets into the air, he'll see his legs sort of almost rotate, continuing to run. So tries to get that real sort of rotation, then feet out in front. Good finish there. So as the final relay runners start to head off, we're going to be starting with the under 10 girls. I'll try and give you a lane order in a second.
Scott's gone to hockey.
So it looks to be Hazelwood in lane 1, Great Woolstead lane 2, Burgess Hill lane 3, Hurst lane 4, Windlesham lane 5, Westbourne House lane 6, Ardingly lane 7, and Vinehall lane 8. So these are your runners in the, or your teams competing in the first relay final of the day, the under 10 girls relay final. So a bit of time while they just get out to their changeover boxes. We're looking not too far off starting now. So just waiting for the last few changeover boxes to be ready as the changeover judges get into position. So just a reminder, Hazelwood lane 1, Great Woolstead 2, Burgess Hill 3, Hurst 4, Windlesham 5, Westbourne 6, Ardingly lane 7, and Vinehall in lane 8. So the final race of the day for these under 10 girls. So I'll start Jim Boyce just blowing his whistle round to check with all the relay judges that are ready for the changeovers. They'll wave the white flag just so that they are all ready to go. So they're under starters' orders, then ready to go. So really good start there from the runner in lane 6 from Westbourne House. And again, a good start from Burgess Hill too, as they go up on the shoulder of the Hurst athlete. Hurst obviously qualified in the quickest time here, and we'll see what's going to go on. So Vinehall and Ardingly in the picture there. Again, slightly ahead, but it will all change as we come around the bend and we see what's going in. So again, good change over there from Vinehall and Ardingly. As you see them come around the corner, hope we'll get a bit of a wider one as we come into the final bend. It's going to be really tight. This is going to be a really good race. Lots of people in contention still. We're seeing this Burgess Hill with a really good changeover. Now they're in first place going into this final 100 metres. Second, third, fourth, all still up for grabs at the moment. Burgess Hill racing out ahead, looking to take the gold medal. And it's going to be really tight on the line between what looks like Windlesham, Great Woolston and Hurst. I think Burgess Hill first place, Windlesham second, Hurst, Great Woolsted third, fourth. So really strong run there from the Burgess Hill team. And it looks like on that line it'll be Windlesham in second and Hurst in third. So we're coming on to our second relay of the day, which is our under 10 boys relay. So well done to the Burgess Hill runners there. Fantastic. Great teamwork the whole way through. Really strong changeovers throughout. So to go into the second relay final of the day then. This might be a better opportunity because you've got a bit of time. Just to say a big thank you to all of the people involved running today. So Rob Kidd especially for organising, all the schools that have turned up, all the athletes as well that have turned up, and to CheersMate Production for recording it and streaming it and give us a possibility during these slightly frustrating times where we can't have spectators. And then just all the Hurst staff that have been out there, being able to chat to all the different athletes, keeping them in a position where they feel more comfortable. So yeah, a big thank you to all of those and the visiting coaches as well. So under 10 boys relay final. Copthorne lane 1, Skippers Hill lane 2, Ardingly lane 3, Hazelwood lane 4, Great Woolsted lane 5, Vinehall lane 6, Brighton College lane 7, and lane 8 is Dorset House.
On your mark.
So we're getting ready for the start. So really strong start from all the athletes there. It looks to be pretty even going that first leg, maybe a couple of the inside. Hazelwood started really quite strongly. So Dorset House down screen, and we can see here that Ardingly starting in lane 3, starting to pick ahead. So probably Ardingly going to change over first in lane 3. Yeah, good change over then from then. This is where Hazelwood were really looking to try and push on, try and get that. But Ardingly looking to be in the lead from Hazelwood, with then Dorset House in third. Maybe Vinehall actually in third. So another good changeover from Ardingly. It's going to come down to this final kick, Ardingly versus Hazelwood. Ardingly looking to hold on, but Hazelwood really pulling through. I think they might have it. They've just got to keep going towards the end. Really strong run in the final leg there from Hazelwood. Ardingly second, Great Woolsted third. So fantastic run, especially towards the end there for those Hazelwood runners to get them that victory. So well done to that team. So you see there, just with the last couple of 50, 70 metres to go, just coming up on his shoulder. And then the Hazelwood athlete manages just to really kick on for those last little bits to take home the win. So as you might be hearing there, we're on to our penultimate race of the afternoon. We've got the under 11 girls hurdles. Lane 1, Ardingly. Lane 2, Hurst. Lane 3, Great Woolstead. Lane 4, Oakwood. Lane 5, Seaford. Lane 6 is Hazelwood, I believe, sorry. And lane 7 is Burgess Hill. Lane 8, Dorset House. So there's the Hazelwood team going over to see their coach after winning that gold medal there. They'll be as excited as him. I know Mark well, and he's you can see how excited he is. So again, great memories for these guys to take home in terms of and the medals as well. Just to remind them, and then a lot of these guys will come back next year, hopefully, as part of the under 11 team, and try and go for that next double. So we're just going around the senior boxes.
On your mark.
As Jim just gets them under orders. Here we go in the penultimate race of the day. Ardingly, Hurst, Woolstead, Oakwood, Seaford, Hazelwick, Burgess Hill, Dorset House. And a little false start there. I'm not sure, they might have been out in lane 8 with Dorset House, but again, we don't disqualify here. We'll just get them back. We'll re-go again. A little bit of eagerness there from the runners, as to be expected. So just a reminder of your lanes. Ardingly 1, Hurst 2, Woolstead 3, Oakwood 4, Seaford 5, Hazelwood 6, Burgess Hill 7, Dorset House 8. And they're off the second time here. So looking for some quick changeovers here first of all. So we just see the Dorset House one at the moment. We're hoping to get a bit of a wider. There we go. So looks like on the ear of about Great Woolstead in lane 4, starting to really push through now. Hazelwick as well. Dorset House, though, strong race, even though they've got that outside lane. They've really run well throughout this race. Hazelwood, sorry, and Dorset House in the picture now. Great Woolstead probably going to be slightly in the lead here, or maybe Hazelwood just there. It's going to be probably really quite tight between these three. Look, Great Woolstead currently with the lead going down as that final stretch. Just trying to hold off. Really strong finish from Seaford runner who won the 100 metres earlier and the 200. Fantastic run from Seaford here, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get there. Amazing chase down there by the Seaford runner, but it's Great Woolstead who have taken first place. You see here with about 40 odd metres to go. Looks like a one-horse race for Great Woolstead. The Seaford runner is really, really driving through. Overtook 2 or 3 runners to get there. But the Great Woolstead runner has taken it home in first place. Great celebration across the line there. Playing that celebration from about 4 yards out and then got it. But that's what we love to see in terms of these athletes getting involved. And then obviously that happiness of going home, as you said there, number 1. So our final race of the day coming up in a second. So yeah, as you see here, the really good angle there is the Seaford runner driving towards second place there. Really unlucky. I think if we just had another 20 metres or so, she probably would have got there. So the final race of the day is our under 11 boys relay. I'll just give you a second, and then I'll give you the lane order. So well done to the Great Worsted under 11s, under 11 girls there. So it looks like in lane 1 we have Copthorne, lane 2 Hazelwick, lane 3 Westbourne, lane 4 Windlesham, lane 5 Penthorpe, lane 6 is Oakwood, lane 7 is unsure, I'll let you know in a second, and lane 8 is Vine Hall. So St Andrews with the one missing lane 7. So here's our running order for the final race of the day. Copthorne in lane 1, Hazelwick lane 2, the Westbourne House lane 3, Windlesham lane 4, Penthorpe lane 5, Oakwood lane 7, lane 6, sorry, St Andrews lane 7, Vine Hall lane 8. So final race today, there will be a medal ceremony afterwards, which I won't be commentating on, but I'll just quiet for the start here. And so they're off first time here in the final race of the day, and it's a really strong start by the guys in lane 3 and 4. So Westbourne, Windlesham, and a really strong start from Oakwood as well. As we get to that first changeover, really good changeovers across all the bays, no fouls there by the looks of it. So you see here, it's going to be really tight. Windlesham looking to press now, just on the inside lane, but it's going to be really tight between about 3 or 4 of them coming into that second changeover. Again, we look to be clean through there as well. So this is where it really turns out into this final changeover. Windlesham looks to be ahead at the moment, but Oakwood pressing hard as well as Great Worsted. Matthew, 100 and 200 metre runner today, and he's won them both. He's looking to drive through, and he looks really strong and powerful. He's still gritting his teeth as he gets there towards the line. Really strong run by the Windlesham team. Second place is Westbourne, third place Hazelwood. So great finish to a day's athletics today, watching the Windlesham team come home with the gold there.
Where's Charlie then?
So yeah, really strong run from those Windlesham players, Windlesham athletes, and a great way to finish what's been a fantastic day of athletics. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you for a couple of minutes just while we get the presentation sorted. We might be able to just give you some pictures surrounding, but the presentations will be in the next couple of minutes. But great run there and a great finish by Windlesham.
The reason for me doing that is then I don't have to post a load of medals on. So if you'd like to come over, socially distanced, so sit on the floor, we'll have 2 minutes and then we can all wing our merry way. First job is I hope you've enjoyed your afternoon. I know it's been very warm, so I will keep the speeches brief. We'll have a quick medal ceremony, get the medals out, and then you can head off home.
George, Jackson. Like, you know they're filming stuff there? Yep. Yeah, I know. Wonder how much I've got left. I just finished it. I still got quite a lot. Oh, that's warm.
Right, well done everybody. Another important thing is to make sure that you don't leave anything behind, collect your belongings. Yeah, nice to see you putting on your Hurst t-shirts already, well done, but come across here as soon as you can, Ellie. No, I'll keep it.
We didn't win. How one for under 10 boys, under 10 girls, under 11 boys, under 11 girls. What about the under 16? Yeah, it's all under 16. Exactly. What about the under 16? You're under 16. Everton. Supports Everton. Toilet. Everton are better than Brighton. Because you can't do anything. No, they're not. Brighton were almost relegated. They were. No, they weren't. 60. And we won like. There was a match where if they won more, if they'd lost it, they would. No, they wouldn't. No. No, last season. We did like 2 matches. No, not the one Man City one. The one before. Liverpool. Oh yeah, we came 17th. That's it. Yeah, I mean we drew. Basuma would go. Yeah, and Ben White. Yeah. Which do you think's a better team, Man City or Man City? twice in 3 years.
Yeah, to be fair, they did lose to Chelsea in the Champions League final.
Yeah. But then everybody was City had those. Like, you know, if Man City win the Carabao Cup this year, then they've got a world record, a European record for the most Carabao Cup runs.
Yeah, they win it.
Guys, to be honest, City did have. They've won it for 4 years.
Thingy, why do you support City?
Because I support City. To be honest, Champions League currently.
It's because they're the best team.
City did have a rest day. I just don't know. Yeah, the Brighton did. Wasn't the team that? Yeah.
Right, okay, so we'll crack on. First of all, the main thing about this afternoon is hopefully you've enjoyed some athletics. It's great to see you all back. We've tried tirelessly to get these events on, and I'm sorry your parents couldn't be here, but maybe some of them are watching on the live stream, which is a new addition to our program. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll go through the winners' medals in due course. I just need to say a big thank you to all the staff from Hurst who've helped put this on, to arrange 23 gazebos, toilets, tables, chairs, sanitizers, sun cream, Toblerone tubes around boundaries, bunting, etc. is a huge effort, and more so than normal. So I'm sort of encouraging you, but I hope I don't need to give them a massive round of applause for that. And I know it sounds corny, but I want you all to thank your own staff, the staff that bring you here, who go and lift you up when you're feeling down. So a big round of applause for your own staff. Okay, so I'm going to hand back to John Bettridge to my left, and he's going to read out in order the winners of each category. There is only a medal for the winner, but it's another cliche, you're all winners because you've competed here this afternoon. He will do that, and then Miss Money will point, this is the lady to my right, she will point to the medal because you've got to pick it up apparently, so that's what we have to do. So she'll point to the medal and you can take it away. Okay, so, and please on this, don't stand on ceremony. That means don't wait for us to call you 3 times. As soon as you hear your name, walk up to the table. So if you won something, walk up in procession, and then we'll get the medal ceremony over quite quickly.
Right, here we go. Under 10, 75 metres, Cynthia Giant from Westbourne House, 11 seconds, 81, and that was a new record. 200, Holly Bolton, Hazelwood, 600, Christina Foster, Windlesham, long jump, Grace Whitehouse, Prebendal, high jump, Sophie Carson, Windlesham, rounders ball, Dansika Kruma, Burgess Hill, discus, Beth Ashley, Hurst, shot, Georgina Posnet, Dorset House, and javelin, Billy Jefferson, Ardingly. Those last 2 are also both records. And the relay team was Burgess Hill. Sorry.
Burgess Hill's relay team.
It's the one each one.
Why did they get this one?
Relays one each one. Right, the Group C under 10 boys, 75 metres, Ethan Tates at Brighton. Ethan Tates again, 200. Rex Hastings, Ardingly, 600. Long jump, Oscar Tollett, Great Wolstead. High jump, Freddie Howlett, Claremont. Cricket ball, Bertie Messenger, Windlesham. Discus, Jude Hammond, Hurst. Shot, Rafferty New, it says here, Dorset House. Javelin, Tristan Whitehouse, Penthorpe. and the relay was Hazelwood. So the 4 Hazelwood runners, please. And here we go for the under 11 girls. 70-metre hurdles, Florence Goodwin, Great Wolstead. 100 metres, Leah Walters, Seaford. 200 metres, Long Clayson, Burgess Hill. 300, Amelia Whitehouse, Hurst. 800, Penny Keane, Harding-Line. 1500, Florence Godwin, Great Wolstead. Long jump, Leah Walters, Seaford. High jump, Skye, Cameron, Claremont. Rounders ball, Cornelia Adams, Harding-Line. Discus, Harriet Howgate, Dorset House. Shot, Bo Bailey, Hurst. Javelin, Francesca Marin, Hurst. And the relay team of Seaford. And the boys under 11s, 70-metre hurdles, Zach Clayton Sim, Hazelwood, 100 metres, Matthew Reed, Windlesham, 200 metres, Zach Taylor Smith, Hazelwood, 300 metres, Archie Caldwell, Hurst, 800 metres, Henry Cook, Vinehall, 1500 metres, Oliver Anderson, Windlesham, long jump, Max Wisher, Copthorne, high jump, Oliver Anderson, Westbourne, cricket ball, Oziman, Elmagahi, Penthorpe, Discus, Archie Oates, Great Wolstead, shot, Jensen, Blad Sims, Dorset House, Javelin, Humphrey Stoller, Penthorpe, and the relay was Windlesham.
Okay, we do have 4 trophies on the table down in front of me. The under 10 trophy for the best athlete, boy and girl, was donated by David Clark, and any of you that have been at your school for a while and been coming to this for a while will remember David. He bestowed this event on me, so I've got him to thank for all of the sleepless nights. But David presented us with some trophies, and they go to the best athlete in each of the 2 age groups. In the under 10 boys, it's always very difficult, but I'm going to actually share this between Ethan Tates from Brighton College, who won the 75 metres and the 200 metres in 2 respectable times, 11.72 and 32.50. And he's going to share it with Rex Hastings. I don't know if you watched just after lunch the 600 metres. Excellent time from Rex of 1:58.44. It's not a record, but it's an excellent time all the same. So it's a share, and because Rex, hello, because I know your dad and I know where he is, I'm going to let Ethan take the trophy away with him, and we'll give you another one when we've got a second one. Okay, can we have just a picture of the 2? So Rex, we will, yeah, well done. And whilst they're doing their press interviews, we'll move on to the under 10 girls. Again, I hope the coaches have enjoyed the new events, and they are very new, and I know, so we've got lots of records because they're the first time we've done them. Shot, javelin, discus. We did do rounders ball, and I want staff to think about that, whether we want to do rounders ball. It was quite nice visually to have it in the middle of the track, seeing a throwing event happening alongside the track, but we review this annually, and I hope the discus, shot and javelin helps the kids to develop, albeit with the training aids that we've been using. So some good competition there. Georgia Posnet from Dorset House did well in the shot. Beth Ashley did well for Hurst, 11.72 in the discus, and Millie Jefferson did 12.34 in the javelin. All those are records, of course. But I'm actually going to go for Cynthia Zhang from, is that Westbourne House, WH? or Windlesham House? Westbourne House. Are they here still? Yeah, okay. So Cynthia, respectable time, not a record, but she won the 75 metres in 11:81. Well done. The older age groups, the trophy was first awarded by the headmaster of the time, Roger Griffiths, who wouldn't have seen girls in his school because it was an all-boys school back then. So the Griffiths Trophy for the under-11 girls, and again, I think just after lunch, I'm a bit biased because I used to, you won't believe it, be a 1500 metre runner, but we're going to go for Florence Goodwin from Great Woolston. You've got a record, I don't know if you saw her run. Well done, Florence. Someone, I can't believe it, but someone told me this was the first time you've done that. Is that right? Wow, there we go. 5:18.25, so well done, Florence. Okay, and in the under-11 boys, Archie Oates did very well in the discus, 21:10. Humphrey Scholar, I think from Penthorpe, did a javelin, 17:95. But I think this time the winner, and it has to go to Zach Taylor-Sim from Hazelwood, who won the 70-metre hurdles and also the 200-metre hurdles. Well done, Zach. Okay, so we're done and dusted here, folks. Really well done, because it was quite warm today. We're not very good in the sun at times in this country, but you did really fantastically well. I hope you have a safe journey home. Have a good rest of summer. Hopefully we'll come back to normality in September, and we'll see you this time next year. Thanks very much, everybody. There are certificates, first, second and third for staff to collect in the player welfare over the corner. So if your staff want to go and collect the certificates for all of those winners as well, and the first, second and third placed athletes.
So a fantastic end to our event today. Thanks again to Rob Kift and Hurst for organising, and then Rob Kift there for the presentations. It was an amazing day, and hopefully you've managed to take the opportunity to watch it at home. And we look forward to, fingers crossed, seeing you all back here next year, supporting in person. But well done to all the athletes, and thank you again to CheersMate for coming, recording and streaming this round the whole of maybe the world even for us. Have a lovely rest of your day and enjoy the sun.